Chapter 2936. Ning Hongtian, you bastard. You want to vent your anger on the Ning family? You even want to kill the old master? Ning Qi looked at Ning Hongtian calmly and said, If the old master didn't want to protect you, I wouldn't have been sealed in a stone by a bastard like you. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, and lived like this for so many years. If I had known, I would have thrown you into the river when your mother gave birth to you. Ning Hongtian said with a ferocious expression, Husband, don't talk nonsense with this bastard. Since he has come to us, we have achieved our goal. Let's suppress him and ask for the old man's whereabouts. Nan Gongyu sneered. You established the new Qin and Tang just to wait for me to come back. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. What else? Why do you think I, a Transcendence realm cultivator, would hide in such a secluded place? But hard work pays off. I really waited for you to come back. Today, I will take revenge for the past. Ning Hongtian let out a long laugh. Immediately after, an incomparably huge figure appeared behind him. It was a monster that was hundreds of feet tall, covered in red fur, and held a knife and fork in both of its hands. The moment it appeared, it waved the weapon in its hand and struck towards Ning Qi's head. The people below fled in all directions, but the people in the two courtyards had nowhere to run, because they were also within range of the attack. Is this the Transcendence realm cultivator's Dharma power? It's too terrifying. This punch and kick can destroy a huge city in 2 or 3 moves. With the retired emperor's strength, even the Dragon Slayer Marquis might not be able to withstand it. Everyone was shocked. Even from a great distance, they could clearly see the Dharma power that Ning Hongtian had displayed. Haha, this Dharma power of yours is of a high level. Ning Qi smiled. Kneel. Ning Hongtian's lips curled up slightly. He was very confident in his strength. He didn't believe that Ning Qi could achieve Dharma power in such a short time. At most, he would be a perfected eternal life realm cultivator. Break! Ning Qi let out a soft shout and threw out a punch. Before his fist even landed on the Dharma form, everyone saw the menacing Dharma form instantly shatter like a mirror into pieces. Ning Hongtian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his expression became dispirited and listless. Father? Husband? Ning Yan and Nan Gongyu were shocked. They could not believe that Ning Qi had destroyed Ning Hongtian's Dharma idol with only one punch. Kneel down. Ning Qi extended his hand and pulled. Like a kite with a broken string, Ning Hongtian fell before Ning Qi and knelt on the ground with a putong sound. Bastard! A fierce light flashed in Nan Gongyu eyes. Pa! Ning Qi grabbed Nan Gongyu and pulled her in front of him. Before she could react, he slapped her face. Nan Gongyu was shocked. In the next moment, a Dharma idol appeared behind her. Pa! The Dharma idol shattered. Pa! Pa! In less than a moment, Nan Gongyu face had been slapped by Ning Qi a few thousand times. Ning Qi's hands were so fast that only the cultivators above the Battle Dan realm could see it clearly. The others could only hear the sounds and see Nan Gongyu face swelling up. In a moment, Nan Gongyu beautiful face had become swollen. Her eyes, nose, and mouth were all covered with blood. It was impossible to tell that she was the same person as before. Kneel down too. Ning Qi withdrew his hand and said softly, Nan Gongyu knelt down beside Ning Hongtian with a plop. The two of them were facing Ning Qi, and at the same time the two courtyards. Impossible. Ning Yan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could Ning Qi's strength be so terrifying that even his parents, Transcendence realm cultivators, were no match for Ning Qi? Finally, Ning Yan came back to his senses. Without looking at Ning Hongtian and his wife, he turned around and fled into the distance. Master, do you want me to catch him? Monkey asked. No need. He can't escape. Ning Qi smiled. Before his voice died away, Divine General Ouyang and other founding members of the new Qin and Tang saw Ning Yan flying back obediently. His face was covered with sweat, but no matter how he struggled in his heart, he still landed in front of Ning Qi obediently and knelt on the ground with a thud. A big and small family should be neat and tidy like this. Ning Qi smiled at Ning Hongtian and the other two. Ning Hongtian and the other two fell into endless fear. They didn't know how Ning Qi would treat them this time. Ning Yan was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have said that he should have killed the three of them. If Ning Qi had learned his lesson and killed the three of them, wouldn't he have had a chance? Everything is gone. As an eternal realm cultivator, Ning Yan knew that he still had a long way to go. He really didn't want to die like this. No matter how panicked, how frightened, and how resentful they were, they couldn't open their mouths and say a word. You guys come too. Ning Qi glanced at the sky. The founding elders of New Qin and Tang landed on the ground one by one and knelt behind Ning Hongtian and the other two. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Divine General Ouyang also stood up and walked over. He knelt behind Ning Yan, followed by Ouyang Changwei and the others not far away. They walked step by step like puppets. Come. Not long after, the street was filled with hundreds of people kneeling on the ground. The champion Marquis residence and the dragon-slaying Marquis residence are long gone. You built two similar courtyards to vent your anger. I'm not angry at all, but your attitude is wrong. So in the years to come, your family of three will kneel here with the founding elders of New Qin and Tang. Atone for your sins. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Then he casually set up a formation. From now on, only existences with a cultivation higher than Ning Qi's could possibly break the formation he set up. Before the formation was broken, Ning Hongtian and the others would continue to kneel here. They could move their eyes and their minds, but they couldn't move their bodies. Moreover, under Ning Qi's formation, it was impossible for them to sleep even if they wanted to. It was as if they were locked in a stone body. In the future, whether it was the sun or the rain, they would always kneel here and bear the strange looks from passers-by, the look in their eyes. From now on, we have to kneel here. Chapter 2937. So scary. More and more passers-by looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. They could easily imagine the fate of Ning Hongtian and the others. They had seen Emperor Ning, retired emperor, Empress Dowager, Divine General Ouyang, and other founding elders being forced to kneel here, which made them even more terrified. Fear gushed out uncontrollably. If that was the case, wouldn't the New Qin and Tang fall apart? How could he be so vicious? Divine General Ouyang roared in his heart. Any one of them could easily live for tens of thousands of years. Would they have to kneel here for tens of thousands of years? It would be easy for someone like Ning Hongtian to live for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. This method was even more vicious than sealing the three people in the stone. At this moment, he could feel the hatred the three men had for Ning Qi. At the same time, he also realized that the hatred between the three men and Ning Qi could not be resolved. As the general of the New Qin and Tang Empire, he was also the target of their anger. In the future, he might have to kneel here with Ning Hongtian and the other two men until they die. It's over. The complexions of the several eternal life realm cultivators turned livid, as if they had just eaten a mouthful of dog shit. Ning Qi's means were beyond their expectations. He could even suppress a cultivator in the Transcendence realm. Who else in this world could save them? Even if there was, would they be willing to offend an expert like Ning Qi for them? There was no solution. No matter how they thought about it, they all felt that the situation in front of them was unsolvable. Father, Ouyang Changwei, looked at Divine General Ouyang's back anxiously. He kept screaming in his heart, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not make a sound. His heart was filled with endless regret. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, he would definitely take 100 kilograms of it. When everyone thought that this was the end, they found that there were still people coming from the imperial palace and kneeling behind the group. Soon, there were 500 or 600 people kneeling on the street. They were the descendants of Ning Hongtian and the others. As long as they were present, they would not be spared. The eyes of Ning Hongtian and the other 2 people became more and more vicious, but they couldn't express the curses in their hearts. This feeling made them want to die of anger on the spot. You have to choose a new emperor to ascend the throne. In the future, they will kneel here until their lifespans run out. If anyone wants to try and save them, feel free to do so. Ning Qi smiled at the crowd. Although his voice was not loud, everyone in the capital heard it clearly. Many ministers were hiding in their homes, feeling uneasy. When they heard Ning Qi's words, the uneasiness on their faces was swept away and replaced with surprise. The enemy didn't intend to destroy the new Qin and Tang. I want them to choose a new emperor to ascend the throne. In this way, wouldn't everyone have a chance to become an emperor? As for you guys, continue your business. I've set up a spell formation here. In the future, no one will be able to destroy this place. I wish you all the best. Ning Qi looked at the girls at the entrance of the 2 courtyards and said with a smile. Then he brought Ing Jinxuan and Monkey into the air, disappearing from everyone's sight. The group of young women looked at each other, dumbfounded. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with wild joy. Didn't Ning Qi's words give them a death exemption token? Who would dare to cause trouble here in the future? They originally thought that Ning Qi was a jinx. How could they do business in the future with all the high-ranking officials of the new Qin and Tang kneeling in front of his door? At this moment, one of the brothels let out a long laugh that sounded like silver bells. Come, come, come. Ladies, follow me back to receive the guests. Don't block the door here. Come in and have a drink when you're free. That's Emperor Ning, right? It's the first time I've seen him up close. He looks really good. Well, General Ouyang's figure is indeed much more majestic. The old emperor and the Empress Dowager are indeed Dharma-characteristic cultivators. I heard that they're very old, but they can still maintain their youthful looks. After a moment of silence, some of the more courageous passers-by quietly took a few steps forward and began to size up Ning Hongtian and the others with great interest. Before this group of people were all legendary figures who were rarely seen. Now, they were all kneeling in front of them. While everyone was shocked, they could not help but feel, "Hey, you guys are too bold. That's Emperor Ning. Don't be rude. Ergu, come back. Ergu, come back." Someone immediately stopped them. "What are you afraid of?" That senior said that they can only kneel here for the rest of their lives. We can't even look at them. Do you still want to stand on their side? If so, you'll be going against the senior. If the senior finds out, I'm afraid you'll also kneel here. A rascally middle-aged man sneered. Originally, there were still some people in the crowd who were on Ning Hongtian's side. Suddenly hearing the words of the middle-aged man, they were slightly startled and felt a little scared. Then, the scene became more and more out of control. Many people crowded in front of the 2 courtyards and looked at Ning Hongtian and the others up close, just like those tourists on Earth who admired wax figures. Ning Hongtian and the others could only keep swearing in their hearts that as long as they regained control of their bodies, they would kill all of these guys. Apart from that, they had no other way to stop this group of lowly people from observing them. "Get out of my way, all of you!" Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Hearing this, the crowd was so scared that they immediately hid to the sides. Ning Hongtian and the others suddenly showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. "It's the city's General Zhang Taichu. I heard that his cultivation is also very strong." A general rushed to Ning Hongtian with a large number of people. The general looked sad and indignant. "Your Majesty, I'm here to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned over and knelt beside Ning Hongtian. "General." Zhang Taichu's subordinates were dumbfounded. But at this moment, Zhang Taichu was already speechless. He was also extremely shocked and frightened. He only said one sentence and did not even attack. How could he also end up like this? The news quickly spread out. Ning Qi's ghost means immediately made those ministers who still had a trace of hope to save the emperor sigh and give up. Seeing this, the passers-by around once again swarmed up after cautiously waiting for a while and looked at Ning Hongtian and the others up and down. This is General Zhang Taichu. He looks a little ugly, as the rumors say. Seeing the crowd pointing at him, Zhang Taichu was so sad and indignant that his heart was about to bleed. But his subordinates did not dare to stop them at this moment. Instead, they turned around and fled. Come, come, come. If you are tired of watching, come in and have a cup of wine. That senior said that he has set up a formation here. Drinking a cup of wine can also prolong your life. The procuress suddenly appeared and said with a gorgeous smile, Chapter 2938. After leaving the Qin Tang Empire, Ning Qi took Jinchuan and Monkey to the White Tiger Empire. Things had changed. The White Tiger, Saint Emperor, seemed to have died of old age. The three of them then came to the Jiuzhou Empire. When he arrived, he couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, Dongfang Haojie was still an embroidered eunuch in the imperial palace of the Nine Regions Empire and had a misunderstanding with Ning Qi. Later, because of a body reconstruction pill, the two forged a deep friendship. With the passage of time, it was unknown how many emperors of the Nine Regions Empire had changed, but Dongfang Haojie had already become an immortal. His future was limitless. I wonder if old man Jin is still alive. Ning Qi couldn't help but mutter to himself as he walked on the streets of the Jiuzhou Empire. Back then, he wanted to take old man Jin with him, but it turned out that old man Jin was willing to stay in the Tianji Institute of the Nine States Empire. In Ning Qi's opinion, old man Jin's choice was wrong, but to old man Jin he fulfilled his duty as a loyal servant, guarding the 9 states for the emperor of the 9 states empire at that time. Just like before, Ning Qi's group of 3 attracted a lot of attention, but no idiot like Ouyang Changwei went up to provoke them. Monkey waited for a long time and was a little disappointed. He wanted to see Ning Qi teach someone a lesson, because without Ning Qi's permission, he couldn't do it. He wanted to see it. Hey, this monkey is so cute. Here it comes. Monkey's eyes lit up as he looked over. He saw a fair and tender young lady who was only as tall as his knee. She was about 5 years old, sucking on her fingers as she looked at Monkey. Her eyes were shining like the stars in the universe. He's cute. You can go and touch him. Ning Qi smiled. The little girl was pleasantly surprised. Uncle, really? Master? Monkey looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. How could he, a perfected immortal lord, realm demonic immortal, let a mortal girl touch him so casually? Did he still want his innocence? Did he still want his dignity? Really? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the little girl rushed to the monkey without saying anything. She reached out her hand and touched the leg hair on the monkey's knee with a flushed face. Wow, I touched a demonic beast. The little girl laughed happily. Monkey slowly raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the sky. There was an indescribable melancholy on his face. This master of his seemed a little unreliable. Mu Yinin, you're running around again. A furious female voice rang out not too far away. Immediately after, a woman dressed in white quickly walked over. When she saw the little girl standing in front of a demonic beast, a look of shock instantly appeared on her face. She quickly rushed forward and picked up the little girl as she stared vigilantly at Ning Qi and the others. Mu Yinin, I've told you, there are too many human traffickers in this world right now. If you keep running around, what if you get caught by the human traffickers next time? The white-clothed woman sized up Ning Qi and the others while reprimanding the little girl in her arms. Sister, it's okay. Uncle is very kind, and this monkey's fur is also very soft. Why don't you touch it? The little girl said in a childish voice. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled. Just as he was about to leave with the two of them, The woman in white suddenly frowned and said, "Don't go yet!" "Miss, what's the matter?" Ning Chi turned around to look the lady in white with a faint smile. "You look unfamiliar. What are you doing in the capital?" The woman in white had a wary look in her eyes, especially when she looked at Monkey. She seemed to think that Ning Chi and the other two were human traffickers. "What has our purpose here got to do with you, miss?" Ing Jinchuan frowned. The woman in white was even more wary now. At this moment, a group of patrolling soldiers happened to pass by. When the leader saw the woman in white, his eyes lit up and he quickly approached. "Miss Mugo, what happened?" Duan Long smiled. "Duan Long, you're here at the right time. I suspect that there's something wrong with these 3 people. Check them, and if there's nothing wrong, let them go." Mugu said, "The 3 of you, please show me your jade token." Duan Long immediately looked at Ning Chi and the other 2. "What jade token? I don't have it," Monkey said impatiently. The 3 of them entered the city in a flash. Why would they need a jade token? What a joke! "You don't have it?" Duan Long's expression suddenly changed. With a light wave of his hand, the soldiers he brought with him immediately surrounded Ning Chi's group. Seeing this, the passers-by all cast their gazes over with curiosity, wondering what was going on. "Duan Long? Hee. You're from the Divine Dragon Manor's Duan clan?" Ning Chi looked at Duan Long with a smile that was not a smile. The moment he saw him, he noticed that this person's appearance was somewhat similar to Duan Ingjuan's. "You know my Duan clan? However, even if you know anyone from my Duan clan, you won't be able to enter without a jade token." Duan Long frowned as he looked at Ning Chi. "Divine Dragon Manor's Duan clan. Big brother, is that the family that Duan Ingjun was from before?" Ing Jinchuan asked curiously. Previously, when he was in the Xianjian sect, Duan Ingjun would often talk about how he was bullied in the clan back then, especially when he was framed and locked up. It was Ning Chi who personally went to save him, and this matter was used by him as a topic of conversation, to prove how close he was to Ning Chi, almost missing a month. Even the disciples of the entire Xianjian sect knew about this matter, because Duan Ingjun would say it every time he saw one. "Duan Ingjun?" Duan Long was slightly startled, then sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ing Jinchuan and Ning Chi in disbelief. "You guys know my handsome ancestor?" Mu Ge was also startled for a moment. She knew about Duan Ingjun, and it could be said that amongst the many ancestors of the 9 Regions Empire, Duan Ingjun, Dongfang Haojie, and a few others were still firmly remembered by people, because they had all followed Ancestor Ning, who had suppressed the 9 great families by himself. "I do." Ning Chi smiled. Duan Long looked at Ning Chi, not knowing what to do. Just then, Mu Gu suddenly said, "Who hasn't heard of the name of the handsome ancestor? I'm afraid they want to use this opportunity to avoid inspection. The 3 of you, if you don't hand over the jade token to enter the city, I won't be polite." Duan Long immediately reacted and looked at Ning Chi and the other 2 angrily. He cursed himself for almost being deceived by them. "Not only Duan Ingjun, I also recognize the ancestor of your Muwang Palace. I wonder if her lifespan has run out yet?" Ning Chi looked at Mu Ge with a smile that was not a smile. "Sister, does this uncle know Ancestor Juna?" Mu Yinin was a little surprised. Duan Long was once again shocked by Ning Chi's words. He knew the ancestor of the Muwang Palace? Didn't that mean that these 3 people were the kind of old monsters who had lived for who knew how long? "You're lying. How could you possibly know my ancestor? However, you said that you know my ancestor, all right? I'll send a message back right now. My ancestor's lifespan is still long. Let her personally come and see who exactly you are." Chapter 2939. What's going on? Why are these soldiers stopping the 3 of them? Could it be that the demonic beast has eaten people in the capital? More and more people gathered around. Some of them were confused and asked those who had been watching from the beginning, "I don't know if the demonic beast has eaten people. I only know that the three of them seem to know the ancestor of the Mu Palace. TSK, how long has the ancestor been alive? How could the three of them know her? I think they are liars. It's hard for them to step down. If that's the case, then it's indeed troublesome. The whispers of the crowd entered Duanlong and Muji's ears. The two of them were even more convinced that the three of them were liars. Duanlong's expression became even more vigilant. Not long after, the crowd in a certain direction suddenly became excited. They then moved to the side and saw a luxurious carriage coming over and stopping in front of them. Ancestor. Mu Gu quickly put down Muinin and bowed to the carriage. She was a little surprised. She did not expect her ancestor to come so quickly. Around the carriage stood over 10 soldiers from the Mu King's mansion with solemn expressions. The auras on their bodies were many times stronger than Duanlong's group. Any one of them had the cultivation of a dozong. The ancestor of the Mu Palace is here. These 3 liars were able to provoke the ancestor. It's a pity that they won't have a good ending. When the people nearby looked at the carriage, their eyes carried a trace of respect. Ancestor June, Mu Inin shouted happily and climbed into the carriage. The driver did not stop her and allowed her to enter the carriage. After that, an old voice came from inside. I heard from Mu Gu that you ran around again. Is that true? Ancestor June, Inin did not run around. Inin only saw a very fun monkey. As soon as he finished speaking, the curtains of the carriage were opened. A woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s and still retained her charm glanced out. When her gaze landed on Ningqi, she was slightly startled. You said you know my ancestor. Now my ancestor is here. Mu Gu looked at Ningqi and the others with a smile. Patriarch June, I can't believe I'd have to trouble you with something like this. These 3 swindlers are simply too despicable. They said they knew you, but before I could confirm it, I didn't dare to make a move on them. Duanlong hurriedly took a step forward and cupped his hands. But then, everyone saw Mu Juner walk out of the carriage with Mu Inin in her arms. She approached Ning Qi with a serious expression and said, Ning, Beixian? Miss June, Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Mu Gu and Duanlong were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Ning Beixian? What a familiar name. Wait, is it Elder Ning who single-handedly suppressed the 9 superclans and changed the world? It can't be? Some of the more knowledgeable passers-by immediately guessed something from the way Mu Juner addressed Ning Qi. They looked at Ning Qi with a trace of astonishment in their eyes, followed by shock, reverence, excitement, and curiosity. Forefather June, do you really know this uncle? Sister even said that he's a human trafficker. Mu Inin said in a childish voice. Mu Ji's expression immediately changed, and she couldn't help but glare at Mu Inin. How could she betray her own sister like this? If Child Beixian is a human trafficker, then who in this world can sleep peacefully? Mu Juner smiled and glanced at Ingjin Xuan and Monkey before smiling at Ningqi. Child Beixian hasn't been back to the 9 states for many years. Why don't you come to the Mu residence as a guest today? Her eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. It's okay, I'm just passing by. I'm already satisfied to be able to see a few familiar faces. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. Mu Juner felt a trace of disappointment in her heart, but she also knew that Ningqi and she were no longer in the same world. After chatting for a while, Mu Juner left with everyone. Before leaving, Mu Gu bowed and apologized to Ningqi with some fear. Ning. Duanlong looked at Ning Qi cautiously with a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Elder Ning. Finally, he stopped stuttering. I was as blind as a bat and offended Elder Ning. Please forgive me. He didn't expect the person before him to be Ning Beixian, Elder Ning, who was recognized as the number 1 in the age of turmoil. It's fine. Ning Qi waved his hand. Then he led the 3 towards the Divine Mystery Institute. Currently, the only person worth meeting in the 9 States Empire was Old Man Jean. Seeing this, Duan Long hesitated for a moment before suddenly catching up. Elder Ning, may I know where my handsome elder is now? The immortal world. Ning Chi said plainly. Duan Long's figure paused slightly as he looked at Ning Chi's back in disbelief. He suddenly asked the soldier beside him, "What did Elder Ning just say?" Elder Ning seemed to be saying, "Captain, your handsome elder has become an immortal. He's now in the immortal world." The soldier said with a strange expression, "The handsome elder has become an immortal? No, I have to send the news back as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. There's an immortal in the Divine Dragon residence." An immortal? Duan Long was wild with joy. He turned around and ran towards the Divine Dragon residence. He didn't doubt Ning Chi's words at all. After all, Mu Juner had already confirmed Ning Chi's identity. An existence like Ning Chi wouldn't lie to them. After everyone left, there were still many passers-by who were dumbfounded. They didn't know where Ning Chi came from, but they knew one thing, and that was that Ning Chi and the other two were not liars. They did indeed know the elder of the Mu King's residence, who had lived for countless years. Divine Mystery Institute. After so many years, the gate of the Divine Mystery Institute still hadn't changed. Ning Chi and the other two had just walked to the gate, but before they could enter, they heard a loud noise coming from the back of the mountain, followed by an earthquake. This aura, it seems like the dragon-slaying bullet, has improved again. I wonder if Old Man Jin's research in this area has improved. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly. Back then, he had given Old Man Jin the bloodline of the three-eyed race, allowing him to far surpass ordinary people in terms of calculation, which was of great help to research. After so many years, if he couldn't develop a stronger dragon-slaying bullet, he would be a little stupid. This is a restricted area of the Divine Mystery Institute. Unauthorized people are not to approach. The two guards at the entrance of the Divine Mystery Institute looked at Ning Chi and the other two before stopping them. The aura on their bodies had already reached the Dozun realm. Using Dozuns to guard the entrance was enough to show that the 9-region empire had become much stronger during these years. "I'm here to see Old Man Jin. Is he here?" Ning Chi smiled. Chapter 2940. Please wait for a moment. A guard cupped his hands and entered the Tianji Institute. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a mustache walked out. He looked shifty-eyed and looked at Ing Jinchuan with disdain. Then he looked at Monkey and frowned. Finally, he looked at Monkey and frowned. Finally, he looked at Ning Chi, and the guard followed behind him. "I heard that you want to meet the Institute Master? You even dare to call the Institute Master, Old Man Jin?" The middle-aged man looked at Ning Chi in an overbearing manner and said indifferently, "Forget it. Let's go in ourselves." Ning Chi smiled faintly and ignored the middle-aged man as he walked towards the Sky Secret Institute. "How dare you!" The middle-aged man shouted. "Take down the 3 of them." When the 2 guards saw this, they waited for Ning Chi and the other 2 to walk to the door. They looked at each other and suddenly attacked. Bang, bang. The 2 figures flew back with blood dripping from the corner of their mouths. However, their lives were not in danger as they had temporarily lost the ability to move. "What are you doing? Barging into the Sky Secret Institute is a serious crime." The middle-aged man did not expect Ning Chi to be so powerful. He did not even see Ning Chi make a move, but Ning Chi had already defeated 2 Dozun experts. Ning Chi continued to ignore him and let Ing Jinchuan and Ho Zi into the Sky Secret Institute. The middle-aged man could only keep retreating. Soon after, he let out a scream that attracted more and more guards. "Quick, stop the 3 of them. They want to barge into the Sky Secret Institute." The middle-aged man shouted. Hearing this, the group of guards all attacked Ning Chi, wanting to suppress him. Then, just like the 2 guards at the entrance, they were all sent flying. In less than a few breaths of time, The ground was littered with guards, crying out in pain from time to time. What happened? A burly man broke through the air and landed beside the middle-aged man. He frowned deeply when he saw the dozens of guards lying on the ground. "Master, the three of them want to barge into our Sky Secret Institute." The middle-aged man quickly hid behind the burly man and shouted, "Oh!" The burly man subconsciously looked at Ning Chi and was slightly startled. "Brother Meng." Ning Chi smiled. "Brother Ning." Manjulu rubbed his eyes. When he was sure that the person in front of him was really Ning Chi, his face lit up with ecstasy. He stepped forward and hugged him tightly. When the middle-aged man and the guard saw this, their eyes were filled with astonishment. "What's going on?" "Brother Ning, you haven't come back for so many years. I thought you died outside." After the hug, Manjulu said in a reproachful tone, "Haha, I'm busy." Ning Chi smiled. After a pause, he asked, "Is Old Man Jean here?" "Master is currently experimenting with the latest model of dragon-slaying bullets. 5 of these bullets are enough to kill a creator." He named it the North Mystic Dragon Slaying Bullet. Manjula laughed. "Northern Profound Dragon Slaying Bullet." Ingjin Xuan looked at Ning Chi with a weird expression. Ning Chi smiled helplessly and said, "Old Man Jean, this name. By the way, is this guy your disciple?" Ning Chi pointed at the middle-aged man. Although he doesn't have much talent in cultivation, his talent in crafting weapons is not bad." Manjula nodded with a smile. Then his expression changed. "Did this kid offend you?" Without waiting for Ning Chi to speak, Manjulu immediately scolded the middle-aged man. "How many times have I warned you? Don't think that you can go around arrogantly just because you are my disciple. Brother Ning can kill you with one finger. Hurry up and apologize." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man hurriedly trotted in front of everyone and bowed to Ning Chi. "Senior, please forgive me. I'll let it go this time. If it happens again, I'll break your legs." "Get lost," Ning Chi said with a smile. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Manjulu. He was Manjulu's disciple after all. How dare he threaten him like this? "Why are you looking at me? If Brother Ning wants to break your legs, even your Grandmaster can't stop him." Don't forget that the name of the North Mystic Dragon Slaying Bullet was named after Brother Ning. Manjulu snorted coldly. "North Mystic? Ah." The middle-aged man lost his voice. Could it be ancestral Master Ning? He looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. He never thought that this fair-skinned guy who looked like an ordinary scholar would be the legendary Ning Beixian, who was no weaker than a golden sage in crafting weapons. The middle-aged man's legs couldn't help but tremble when he thought of all the things that Ning Beixian had done in the legends. "Get lost." Manjulu kicked the middle-aged man away and then smiled at Ning Chi. "Brother Ning, come with me to see my Grandmaster. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see you." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. At the back mountain of the Divine Secret Institute. As this was the place where the dragon-slaying bullets were tested, there was no one else except for Old Man Jean. However, there was a formation set up to prevent the radiation from leaking out. Otherwise, the ordinary people in the capital city wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, this dragon-slaying bullet was equivalent to a nuclear bomb on Earth. "Ha ha ha! I finally succeeded. If that old man comes to the 9 States Empire again, I'll give him 50 North Mystic Dragon slaying bullets." Old Man Jin's white hair stood up. He no longer had the scholarly aura he had in the beginning. Instead, he looked like a mad scientist. Coupled with his laughter, he didn't look like a normal person. "Grandmaster, look who's here." Manjulu flew over with Ning Chi and the others. Old Man Jean turned around and was startled. "Little Ning?" "Old Man Jean." Ning Chi cupped his hands and smiled. "Ha ha ha! Little Ning, you came at the right time." Old Man Jean immediately went forward and grabbed Ning Chi. He then waved his hand and a pitch-black ball flew like a cannonball to an experimental field a few hundred miles away. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a terrifying impact swept in all directions. Some of the impact hit the formation at the edge, but was blocked by the formation. When the cannonball exploded, a dazzling white light bloomed. Even Manjulu couldn't help but squint his eyes. Only Ningqi and the other two were not affected by the white light. What kind of Dharma treasure is that? It's interesting. Ing Jinchuan glanced at Old Man Jean and noticed that his cultivation was far inferior to the thing that exploded. She couldn't help but feel curious. Little Ning, what do you think of my North Mystic Dragon sling bullet? It can kill masters of creation below the third tribulation. Old Man Jean said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. If you had developed this North Mystic Dragon slaying bullet back then, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Right, which old man did you say you were going to give 50 of these dragon-slaying bullets to? Ningqi asked again. Chapter 2941. What? Master, why didn't I know about this? Manjula was a little shocked. What's the point of telling you about this? If you were a little more hardworking, would I still need to be threatened at my age? Old Man Jean looked at Manjulu with dissatisfaction, as if he had expected better from Manjulu. Manjulu immediately felt baffled. He had already worked hard, all right? How else could he work hard? The creator of the central mainland. Well, since I'm here, I'll stay here for a while and see who he is. Ningqi smiled. Old Man Jin's eyes lit up. That's great. Then he looked at Jinchuan and Monkey. These two are. Old Man Jean could sense that Monkey's aura was extraordinary, so he did not think of him as an ordinary demonic beast. This is my disciple, Wukong. This is my sworn sister, Jinchuan. Ningqi smiled. Brother Ning, you took in a demonic beast as your disciple. Manjula was a little surprised. Who said I'm a demonic beast? I'm a demonic immortal. Monkey said unhappily. Ningqi smiled as he roughly introduced Monkey and Jinchuan's background. The more Old Man Jean and Manjula listened, the more shocked they became. In the end, they could not help but gasp. Immortal world? Are these two immortals from the legends? When Old Man Jean looked at Jinchuan and Monkey again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Sorry for not recognizing you. Old Man Jean hurriedly cupped his hands. Manjula did not dare to look down on Monkey anymore, and bowed as well. Then they chatted for a while. Old Man Jean personally arranged for Ningqi and the other two to stay. In the following month, news of Patriarch Ning's return to the 9 states had spread. Even the current emperor of the 9 states empire came to see him personally. He even brought along the dukes and marquises. However, they could not even enter the Tianji Institute. They were stopped at the door by Manjulu. 1 month later, a figure broke through the air and appeared directly above the Tianji Institute. As soon as he appeared, he laughed. Little Jean, what's your decision? The majestic laughter was heard by everyone in the Heavenly Secrets Institution. The guards all revealed looks of shock because they could sense an extremely terrifying aura from this person, and no one dared to act rashly. What, are you hiding? Seeing that Jin Sheng did not respond, the newcomer revealed a sinister smile. He swept out with his divine sense and immediately found Jin Sheng's location. His figure moved slightly and he appeared in a courtyard. In this courtyard sat 5 figures, a monkey, a woman, 2 men, and an old man. The newcomer's gaze swept across the room, and when it landed on the old man, he was instantly amused. Looks like you've thought it through. Otherwise, why would you be drinking tea so leisurely? Old man, I won't work for you. Old Man Jean said calmly. Oh, then I will kill you and raze the 9 regions to the ground. Won't you regret it? The newcomer's lips curled up slightly. He was a 5 tribulation master of creation. Even in the central continent, he was considered a top-notch expert. Therefore, when facing Old Man Jean, Even though he knew that this old man had many strange things, he was still very relaxed. Raise the 9 provinces? How arrogant! Which sect are you from? Ning Chi said calmly. Junior, do you have the right to speak here? The newcomer was slightly startled. His gaze landed on Ning Chi, and he frowned. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously took a step forward and sized Ning Chi up without saying a word. Gradually, his expression became extremely interesting. First, it was shock, then disbelief, then shock, and finally fear. May I know who you are? The newcomer lowered his voice, and his tone became more respectful. Seeing this, Manjulu revealed a smug smile. How dare you come here and threaten my master without even asking around about the backing of the 9 regions? Ning Beixian. Ning Chi said calmly. North Mystic Celestial Emperor? Plop. The newcomer's legs turned to jelly, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Old Man Jean and Manjulu saw this. Although they were already prepared, they did not expect a creator to be so afraid of Ning Chi. Just hearing his name made him kneel on the ground. Which sect are you from? Ning Chi said calmly. North Mystic Celestial Emperor, please spare me. North Mystic Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. The newcomer thought that Ning Chi was going to kill his entire sect. He was sweating profusely and trembling in fear. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have asked around about the backing of the 9 regions. He never thought that such a small place would have the backing of the North Mystic Celestial Emperor, the ruler of the central mainland. So you're a coward. Ning Chi shook his head with a smile and waved his hand. Get lost. Don't come here again. Stay in the central mainland. Yes. The newcomer quickly kowtowed and left respectfully. He did not even dare to fly. That's it. Old Man Jin's expression was slightly complicated. If Ning Chi did not appear, this matter could destroy the 9 regions. It could also be as small as losing his freedom and working for someone else. In the end, Ning Chi only showed his face, and he was already scared out of his wits. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Old Man Jin, the matter has been resolved. It's time for us to leave. Ning Chi got up and smiled. You're leaving already? Why not stay a little longer? Old Man Jean was slightly startled. A hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes. Cultivate well. We'll meet again in the future. Ning Chi smiled. With that, he bade farewell to Manjulu and left the 9 States Empire with Ing Jinshuan and Ning Chi. Big brother, where are we going next? Ing Jinshuan asked curiously. Ning Chi was about to say something, but his eyes moved slightly and his expression became much more serious. Back to the celestial world. What? Back to the celestial world now? Ing Jinshuan was shocked. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? That's right. Back to the celestial world. Ning Chi's expression was solemn. He had arranged for Ning Yi to follow Ning Haotian, so he could see Ning Haotian's every move from the beginning to the end. But just now he realized that his connection with Ning Yi had been cut off. The last image he saw before it was cut off was of a scholarly person. Ning Chi. Not only had he seen him, but he had also come into close contact with him. Zhu Ganglai, the Canopy Marshal. King Qingguang had said that Zhu Gonglia's primordial spirit had been destroyed. From his previous actions, this was an ancient immortal who had lost control. His cultivation was extremely strong, and he could at least fight several ancient transformation cultivators. Such an existence suddenly appeared in front of Ning Haotian and cut off the connection between Ning Yi and Ning Chi. This let Ning Chi know that Ning Haotian was now in a very dangerous situation. Chapter 2942. Nuwa. Daoist Jiao wanted to say something but hesitated. Ing Jinshuan's expression was grave. After a few breaths of silence, she said, Little Hao really went to the Lang Celestial Realm's Central Empire? Yes. Ning Chi nodded. That person cut off the connection between Big Brother and the puppet. Does he want to harm little Hao Tian? Ing Jinchuan's expression turned even uglier. We'll only know the specifics when we get there, Ning Qi said solemnly. There was no reason for Zhu Ganglai to know that Ning Haotian was his daughter, but he cut off the connection between him and Ning Yi. This meant that Zhu Ganglai could see that Ning Haotian was not ordinary, just like the green-robed elder. Master, the Tiandao clan has put a bounty on our heads. If we go to the Central Empire, won't we be walking right into a trap? Daoist Jiao hesitated for a long time before he finally spoke. The Tiandao family isn't invincible. How could they find us so easily? Don't tell me you don't know how to disguise yourself. Ning Qi coldly glanced at Venerable Jiao. Daoist Jiao's heart trembled. He knew that if he continued to show fear, he would be killed by Ning Qi. After all, he had only been Ning Qi's mount from the very beginning. After spending so much time together, he had gradually gotten used to Ning Qi's good temper. He had forgotten that his life was nothing in Ning Qi's eyes. But Nothingness's existence was completely different from Ing Jinchuan and the monkey. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch Little Master must pay the price, Venerable Jiao said fiercely. Seeing that he was being tactful, Ning Qi smiled. His appearance and figure slowly changed. Not long after, his appearance was no longer the same as before. When Venerable Jiao and Ing Jinchuan saw this, they also started to change their appearance and figure. Regardless of whether they could hide from the Tiandao family's methods, they would still be safer. Currently, I don't have the brand of the Heavenly Dao clan on me, unless Ancestor Huagu personally appears. Even Jiang Yu and the others might not be able to recognize me. Ning Qi thought to himself. Suddenly, Ning Qi, the monkey, and Ing Jinchuan all looked at Venerable Jiao, and they could not help but gasp. Venerable Jiao had already changed his appearance and figure, but he had changed quite a bit. He had originally looked like a bald man, but now he looked like a woman in her 30s who had a charming aura about her. You sure you want to do this? Ning Qi was stunned. Is Daoist Jiao going to change his gender? He was actually afraid to such an extent. Master, it's safer this way. Actually, you can also, Daoist Jiao smiled. Ning Qi felt a chill in his heart. He had been hunted down so many times in the past, but he had never thought of disguising as a woman. He didn't do it before, and he wouldn't do it now. Ing Jinchuan had a strange look in her eyes, but she seemed to have been inspired by Daoist Jiao. Not long after, she also turned into a handsome young man. It was still acceptable for a woman to disguise herself as a man. Master, I also want to change my appearance. What do you think I should change into? Monkey's face revealed a hint of excitement. Just transform into a human. Ning Qi said lightly. Oh, when the monkey heard that, he transformed into his human form. Apart from his actions, he still looked like a monkey. From his appearance alone, even Ancestor Huagu might not be able to see through the monkey's true form. He seemed to be more proficient in the art of transformation. Here, put this on. Ning Qi flipped his palm, and a set of clothes appeared in his hand. When the monkey saw this, he said unwillingly, Master, these are just ordinary clothes. I should at least wear a supreme-grade Dao artifact, right? You are a perfected Celestial Lord. How can a supreme-grade Dao artifact be worthy of you? In the future, when I find a primordial spiritual treasure, I'll let you wear it. Before that, this is enough. Ning Qi said lightly. As expected, Master is farsighted. When the monkey heard Ning Qi praise his high cultivation and that even a supreme-grade Dao artifact was not worthy of him, he was overjoyed. He took the clothes and put them on. This was a set of golden chainmail, a phoenix feather, purple gold crown on his head, and lotus root silk, cloud-walking shoes on his feet. After changing into this set of clothes, the monkey's entire body was filled with vigor. It was as if this set of clothes was specially made for him. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to put on such an imposing aura. Hiss! Daoist Jiao took a deep breath and glanced at Ning Qi in surprise. Could it be that his master had the potential to be a tailor? All right, take a good look. The monkey kept fiddling in front of a mirror. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he nodded continuously. Brother, Wukong's aura seems to have changed after putting on this set of clothes. Are these really ordinary clothes? Ing Jinchuan asked curiously. The clothes are ordinary, but the person is extraordinary. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Only Ing Jinchuan could hear his voice. Ing Jinchuan could not help but nod. As a perfected celestial lord, the monkey was indeed extraordinary. However, Ing Jinchuan would not be able to understand the true meaning of Ning Qi's words in such a short time. 1 month later, Infinite Sky Planet, Star Teleportation Array. Ning Qi put away Nuwa and entered the array with Ing Jinchuan and the other two. Then, with a flash of white light, four figures appeared on the ancient heavenly court's celestial realm. Phew! Venerable Jiao took a deep breath. The celestial realm and the ghost region were indeed different. His cultivation had almost regressed during his stay in the ghost region. The spirit qi in the celestial realm was more abundant. Ning Qi did not plan to stay on the Nine Heroes planet for too long, so he released Nuwa again. However, when Nuwa was about to leave the Nine Heroes planet and pass by a huge city, an angry roar came from below. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Ning Qi was very familiar with that city. It was the huge city that was initially controlled by the 9 sect alliances. However, the 9 sect alliances were later destroyed by Ning Qi. Wait a moment. Nuwa nodded. Nuwa nodded, and the Nuwa ship immediately hovered in the air above the huge city. Then, the ground beneath their feet became transparent. Everything that was happening below could be seen clearly. Demon Monkey, the mountain and river purple golden hammer in your hand originally belonged to our clan. Thousands of years ago, it was accidentally lost from our clan. I did not expect it to fall into your hands. If you return it to the Meng family today, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will beat you into minced meat. Dozens of figures surrounded the long-armed ape. Their auras ranged from the early stage of the heaven celestial realm to the peak of the heaven celestial realm. The person who spoke was the peak of the heaven celestial realm. When he looked at the mountain and river purple golden hammer, a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. On the other hand, the long-armed ape was only at the great circle of the earth immortal realm. He held a mountain and river purple golden hammer in his hand and glared at the people around him. The cultivators on 9 Heroes Star could only hide far away. They didn't have the qualifications nor the guts to participate in a battle like this. Brother, I heard that the monkey brain in oil is very delicious. Don't beat him into minced meat. That would be a waste. Another person said. In the Nuwa, when the monkey heard this, a hint of anger immediately appeared on its face. Chapter 2943. Master, these fellas are too despicable. I didn't even think of eating them, but they wanted to pour oil on the monkey's brain. The monkey said angrily. Ning Qi smiled without saying a word. The mountain and river purple golden hammer in that monkey's hand. Could it be that you? Ing Jinchuan's eyes flickered as she looked towards Ning Qi. That's right. When I met this monkey, I saw that he had a decent temperament, so I lent him the mountain and river purple golden hammer. I didn't expect it to attract the covetous eyes of others. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Ing Jinchuan smiled and looked at the group of heaven immortals with a hint of schadenfreude. Ning Qi didn't leave immediately. Obviously, he wanted to interfere in this matter. Pour oil on the monkey's brain? Come and try. Let's see if you eat my brain, or I'll kill you. The long-armed ape glared fiercely at that early stage heavenly immortal. His body was enormous, and he held the mountain and river violet golden hammer in his hand. A trace of the energy of the great Tao revolved around his body. Even though he was only at the earth immortal great circle, his aura was absolutely not weaker than that heavenly immortal great circle. It was precisely because of this that the dozens of heavenly immortals didn't attack at the first moment. That was also the reason why the dozens of heaven immortals didn't attack immediately. They didn't have the confidence to take down this monkey without any casualties. When Ying Jinxuan saw this, she suddenly remembered that Ning Qi was once like this. With his earth immortal cultivation, he held 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers and beat the crap out of the heaven immortals on Yingzhou. No one was his match. City Lord is in trouble this time. There must be a spy on our side. Otherwise, how would these outsiders know that the City Lord has such a Tao artifact? An immortal said with a solemn expression and a trace of anger in his eyes. All these years, after the 9 sect alliances were annihilated, the long-armed ape became the boss of Planet 9 Heroes and the City Lord of this huge city. Although he was a demon, he treated everyone fairly and was deeply loved by the immortals on Planet 9 Heroes. Sigh, the City Lord is too stubborn. Since there are dozens of heaven immortals here, why not hand over the hammer and save your life? What a joke! Save your life? The City Lord's cultivation base isn't that high, and he's only at the Earth Immortal Paramount stage. If we don't have this hammer, the remnants of the 9 sect alliances will definitely swarm over like flies. At that time, will you and the rest of us fall into their hands and be sent to perform acrobatics in the arena? Stop arguing, they're going to attack! A female Earth Immortal shouted coldly. Everyone looked towards the direction of the long-armed ape. After the 2 sides faced off for a while, the group of people who called themselves the Immortals of the Meng family, after confirming that the long-armed ape would not hand over the purple golden hammer with both hands, attacked the long-armed ape under the lead of the perfected heaven immortal. Good. Die. The long-armed ape's eyes were bloodshot as it let out a furious roar. Boom! An early-stage heaven immortal was smashed in the chest by the mountain and river purple golden hammer. He flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground, losing the ability to fight in the blink of an eye. However, this heaven immortal was obviously just a bait. It was a smokescreen used by the other party to severely injure the long-armed ape. When the long-armed ape sent the immortal flying, his body instantly suffered a few blows. Even though his physical body was strong, he still spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He could only swing the mountain and river purple golden hammer to protect himself, causing the surrounding people to be unable to do anything for a moment. If I can get my hands on this Tao item, my combat strength will definitely be close to that of a golden immortal. The perfected heaven immortal, who was the leader, did not even look at the injured heaven immortal. Instead, his eyes were fixated on the mountain and river purple golden hammer in the hands of the long-armed ape, revealing a greedy look. The power of the mountain and river purple golden hammer was one of the strongest among all the inferior grade Tao items he had ever seen. He did not expect that they would encounter such a fortuitous encounter while passing by this barren land on a random mission. No matter what, he must get this hammer today. Go. He won't be able to hold on for long. Even if it means exchanging injuries, we must suppress this monkey. Big Brother is right. Even if we have to suffer serious injuries today, we must suppress this monkey. Since he can take out an inferior grade Tao item, he might still have some treasures hidden behind him. As soon as these words were said, many of the people who were initially just doing nothing suddenly became excited. Before this, they felt that even if they suppressed the monkey, the inferior grade Tao item would not fall into their hands. Since there were no benefits, they naturally did not put in much effort. However, it was different now. If the monkey was really hiding some treasures, they might be able to get a share of the benefits. Instantly, dozens of heaven immortals unleashed their most powerful techniques. The pressure on the long-armed ape increased by a few times as he defended bitterly in the encirclement. Occasionally, he could injure one of the heaven immortals on the other side, but he would also be hit. It was equivalent to injuring 1,000 of the enemy while injuring 800 of his own. After all, he was only a perfected earth immortal, and his foundation could not be compared to a heaven immortal. Although he was only injured by 800, he might not be able to hold on for long. If this goes on, I'll definitely die today. The long-armed ape panted heavily. White gas came out of his mouth, as conspicuous as white smoke. It's over. The city Lord can't hold on any longer. The cultivators who were watching the battle nearby were worried. However, there were a few who looked relieved. They were obviously the remaining members of the 9 sect alliances. Ha ha ha! This monkey can't hold on any longer. Let's put in more effort. Monkey, kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, when I catch you later, I'll definitely boil your monkey brain in oil and add some chopped green onions. Drip, drip. The ground was covered with fresh blood. There were many deep wounds on the long-armed ape's body that revealed his bones. Fresh blood kept flowing out from them. The area around his feet was like a lake of fresh blood, glimmering with a faint red glow under the sun. I'm so tired. The long-armed ape let out a long sigh in his heart. His eyelids almost fell off. With his perfected earth immortal cultivation base, he could be proud of himself for fighting with this group of heaven immortals for so long. Unfortunately, he could not hold on any longer. Now's the time. The perfected heaven immortals' eyes shone brightly. Immediately after, an immortal skill was unleashed instantly. Boundless immortal chi turned into a gigantic snake that was ready to devour someone and charged towards the long-armed ape. Am I going to die? Looking at the gigantic snake that was formed from immortal chi, a hint of melancholy flashed across the long-armed ape's eyes. In the next second, his vision blurred and a mountain and river purple golden hammer fell from the sky, landing right in front of him. The long-armed ape instinctively reached out to grab it. A brand new mountain and river, Tao, surged into his body, causing his body to radiate with vigor once again. He swung the hammer. Chapter 2944. How can there be a second mountain river purple golden hammer? The Meng family perfected stage, heaven immortal leader, looked at long-armed ape in disbelief. When he looked up, he realized there was nothing in the sky. Nuwa's invisibility was not something ordinary immortals could see through. It's that senior. A trace of delight appeared in the eyes of long-armed ape. At this moment, his eyes that had already lost the will to fight instantly surged with an incomparably exuberant will to fight. He let out a loud roar and advanced instead of retreating, taking the initiative to attack the heavenly immortal that was closest to him. Bam! By the time that heavenly immortal reacted and tried to defend against this attack, he realized that his defense was like a thin paper window in the eyes of the long-armed ape. It could not withstand a single blow and was directly smashed. Then the hammer smashed heavily into his body, producing a dull thud. The heaven immortal was sent flying away like a ragged sack, falling heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. Instant kill. Not good. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Suppress him with all your might. Otherwise, we will suffer heavy casualties today. There was no time to think about how the second mountain river purple golden hammer appeared. Long-armed ape's techniques were much stronger than before, so he could only order everyone to work together to suppress long-armed ape. All of you die. Long-armed ape let out an angry roar. He was like a god of war, waving the mountain river purple golden hammer. Every strike made the surrounding heaven immortals fearful, not daring to get close. When they were so fearful, today's outcome was already determined. The long-armed ape's aura grew stronger as he fought, and very soon, another 2 heavenly immortals died under his purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers. They were smashed into minced meat on the spot, and even their spirits could not escape in time. It was the type that was beyond saving. The city lord has won. The city lord is mighty. But how did that mountain river purple golden hammer appear? Could it be the trump card that the city lord has been hiding all this time? No matter what, at least we don't have to be homeless anymore. Half an hour later, most of the Meng family heaven immortals were dead, and only the perfected heaven immortal was left. He was still struggling, and the ground around him was filled with the corpses of his comrades. Damned monkey demon, my Meng family is one of the 9 great families of the Lang, yet immortal domain's central empire. Today, you've killed so many of my clansmen. My Meng family will definitely send golden immortal patriarchs to take your lives. Cut the crap. Die first. Boom. Bang. The perfected stage, heavenly immortal, was struck by accident. Even though he didn't die on the spot, he was blasted flying and sat weakly on the ground. He seemed to have suffered an extremely heavy injury. Wait. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop the long-armed ape. There's still room for us to resolve this misunderstanding today. If you kill me, it would be a situation where one of us has to die. You might not be afraid of death. But aren't those cultivators behind you afraid of death? The moment he said this, the expressions of the cultivators in the giant city changed. They looked at the long-armed ape hesitantly, wanting to see what his attitude was. Although I'm a monkey, I'm not stupid. I've already killed so many of your people. If I wanted to offend you, I would have done so long ago. I think this is the case. The long-armed ape grinned, but his voice was unusually cold. When the cultivators in the giant city heard this, they felt that this sentence was very reasonable. Their expressions didn't look so bad anymore. They had already offended him anyway. City Lord, kill him. At most, we'll just leave Planet 9 heroes. Even if they want to take revenge, they won't be able to find the culprit. Let's piss them off. That's right. Kill him. How dare he come to Planet 9 heroes to create trouble? So what if he's one of the 9 superclans? He still has to beg for mercy obediently. Hearing the words of the crowd and looking at the long-armed ape's attitude, the perfected stage heavenly immortal finally knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape today. A hint of fear towards death appeared in his eyes. He flipped over and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I'll even explain the situation to the clan. I'll say that we met a demon and died in the hands of the demon. It has nothing to do with you, as long as you spare my life. Dream on. The long-armed ape sneered and waved his hand, wanting to kill him. Wait a moment. I have something to ask him. A figure appeared beside the long-armed ape. With just a light lift of his hand, the mountain and river purple golden hammer stopped the long-armed ape from swinging it down no matter how hard he tried. Everyone was slightly taken aback. A hint of shock flashed across their eyes. At the same time, there was some fear in their hearts. Could this person be the other party's reinforcements? Senior, save me. I'm a disciple of the Meng family of the Langia celestial domain. The perfected stage, heavenly immortal, hurriedly shouted. You, the long-armed ape, was stunned. Immediately after, he smelled a hint of familiarity from Ning Qi. Although Ning Qi's appearance was completely different from what he remembered, the long-armed ape instantly had a guess when he thought of the second mountain and river purple golden hammer that appeared out of nowhere. Is it Senior? The long-armed ape retracted his hand and stood upright. Amidst his respectful expression, there was a hint of excitement. Seeing that their city lord was so respectful to this person who had suddenly appeared and seemed to know him, everyone looked at Ning Qi with a trace of curiosity. Yes, Ning Qi smiled faintly. The two of them know each other. The perfected stage, heavenly immortal, thought that Ning Qi could save his life. Seeing that Ning Qi and the long-armed ape seemed to know each other from the start, a sense of sorrow rose in the perfected stage, heavenly immortal's heart. Let me ask you, what kind of mission are you guys on for appearing here? Ning Qi looked at the other party and asked calmly, Senior, if you agree to save me, I will tell you whatever you want to know. The other party hurriedly said. To him, Ning Qi was his last hope. If he did not grab hold of this chance now, he might not be able to escape death today. You don't have any room to bargain. Ning Qi looked at him calmly. The other party looked into Ning Qi's eyes, and an inexplicable coldness rose in his heart. It was as if he was looking at an old ancestor who rarely showed himself. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously said, "We are under orders from our family to patrol this place and hunt down the traitor of the immortal world. Ning Beixian." "Just you heavenly immortals? Hunt down Ning Beixian?" Ning Qi's lips curled. He had long suspected that this group's goal was related to him. Otherwise, why would the immortals of the Langya immortal region come to such a remote place? Even Ning Qi would have to fly for many years without using a teleportation formation, let alone these heavenly immortals. "Senior, we are just tailing him. As long as we see any traces of Ning Beixian, we will send a message back and stronger existences will come to capture him." The other party suddenly gritted his teeth and his body exploded into a blood mist. His divine soul turned into a stream of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 2945. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The godly soul struggled in Wukong's hand. Ning Qi nodded slightly, and Wukong gently squeezed, crushing the divine soul into pieces. The godly soul of a perfected sky immortal was crushed so easily. The cultivators in the city knew that Wukong's cultivation was not lower than their city lords. "I'm afraid you can't stay on planet Jiuying anymore. Go somewhere else." Ning Qi smiled at Long-Armed Ape. "Senior, please take us in." Long-Armed Ape cupped his hands. The last time Ning Qi left, he regretted not being thick-skinned enough to follow Ning Qi. Now that something like this had happened on Planet Nine Heroes, if he stayed any longer, he would be killed by the immortals sent by the Meng family. Instead of fleeing Planet Nine Heroes, he might as well follow Ning Qi. "Your cultivation is too low." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the long-armed ape. Suddenly, Wukong said to Ning Qi, "Master, I like this monkey. Why don't I take him as my follower?" Long-Armed Ape looked at Wukong subconsciously. Wukong was in human form and did not have a single strand of monkey hair. However, when the long-armed ape took a closer look, it could faintly sense a strange yet familiar aura from Wukong. "Are you willing?" Ning Qi looked at Long-Armed Ape. "Yes, yes." Long-Armed Ape nodded. "Then let's go." Ning Qi smiled. He had only just said that when the three of them suddenly disappeared, leaving the cultivators in the huge city to exchange glances with each other. The city lord left just like that. "What should we do?" "Let's split the cultivation resources and leave planet Jiuying." "Sigh, Nuwa." The long-armed ape was dumbfounded as he looked at the surrounding scenery. Every part of the Nuwa startled him. Another monkey. Venerable Jiao thought to himself. In the eyes of the long-armed ape, Daoist Jiao was a woman, while Ingjin Chuan was a man. As such, he did not dare to look at Daoist Jiao for too long. He thought that there was a special relationship between her and Ning Qi. If Ning Qi knew what he was thinking, he would send him back to the Nine Heroes continent. Planet Jiuying. "Master, can we go now?" Nuwa asked. "Let's go to the nearest galaxy teleportation formation." Ning Qi nodded and said. In the following period of time, Ning Qi and the others kept shuttling through the immortal world. Occasionally, they would use the teleportation array. The huge amount of immortal stones required for the teleportation array was nothing to Ning Qi. So, they entered the Langya immortal domain very quickly. They were less than 5 months away from the Central Empire. He was on his way. Ning Qi stood in front of the glass and looked at the pitch-black universe in the distance. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. From the time his connection with Ning Yi was cut off to the time he rushed to the Central Empire, it had been at least a few years. Ning Qi was not sure if Ning Haotian had arrived before him. If he could not find Ning Haotian in the Central Empire this time, he could only ask King Qingguang to help him search for that place. "Don't worry, big brother. Haotian is blessed by the heavens. Nothing will happen to him." Ing Zhenshuan walked to Ning Qi's side and comforted him. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "I also believe that nothing will happen to her." At this moment, A wave of dermic power came from behind them. Long-armed Ape was shrouded in a white light, and his aura surged crazily. He had successfully advanced to the early stage, heavenly immortal stage. The dermic power wave produced during the advancement was easily suppressed by the monkey. Long-armed Ape's eyes were filled with excitement. The monkey had only given him a few pointers, and he had successfully advanced to the early stage, heavenly immortal stage. This was something he had never expected. He could not help but kneel to the monkey. "Thank you, big brother." "Don't mention it. You will have many benefits if you follow me," the monkey said proudly. Long-armed Ape nodded. During this period of time, he had some understanding of the monkey's cultivation. Although Ning Chi and the others had never mentioned it, he could vaguely feel that the monkey's strength was at least above the Xian immortal stage. This was already very impressive. Long-armed Ape had lived for so long, but he had never seen a Xian immortal. When they were about to reach the Central Empire, the Niwa ship passed by a planet. Ning Chi's eyes suddenly caught sight of a battle taking place in a mountain range on that planet. He saw black chess pieces being grabbed by a huge hand and thrown down viciously. Every single move was enough to crush a group of immortals to death. Among this group of immortals, the lowest cultivation was at the Zenith Heaven Realm. There were many Xian immortals, and even a Primordial Unity immortal. Before Ning Chi could react, the Primordial Unity Transformation immortal was instantly killed by a chess piece. "Oh!" The look in Ning Chi's eyes was rather strange. He directed the Niwa to fly toward the planet. When he arrived at the mountain range, he found that the battle there had already ended. All the immortals were dead. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. That included the primordial immortal. He was completely dead, and there was a look of extreme unwillingness on his face. "Big brother, what happened?" Ing Jinchuan was curious. "Master, there was a battle here just now," Niwa said. "The person who attacked was probably very strong." Venerable Jiao had a serious look on his face. He could see the corpse of the Primordial Unity immortal through the glass. Judging from the surrounding scene, the Primordial Unity immortal was killed before he could even make a move. "It's okay. Let's continue on our way." Ning Chi smiled and said. In his impression, only Ancestor Yuqing often used chess pieces to kill people. Ning Chi had only been to the Yuqing sect a few times, and he had seen the old man playing chess. Miserable cries could be heard coming from the chessboard. Now that he was passing by this place and happened to see the scene, the probability was too high. On the other hand, the frequency of Ancestor Yuqing's attacks was probably maintained at a very high level. I don't know how the people here provoked him, but even a Primordial Unity immortal was easily killed. This old man has indeed been hiding his strength. Ning Chi sighed in his heart. He had a system. He could directly check the other party's attributes. He could even see Emperor Bai's attributes clearly. However, he had made a mistake when it came to Ancestor Yuqing. This showed that there was a very big problem. Several months later, Niwa finally arrived near the star field where the Central Empire was. Ning Chi put away Niwa. Its shape was too strange, and it was easy to attract attention. It was not beneficial for Ning Chi and the others' current actions. Chapter 2946. Recommendation Letter. Why is it so troublesome? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. He seemed to be considering whether or not to forcefully barge into the central planet. With their cultivation and the monkey, who is a peak celestial duke, it should be easy. At that moment, Taoist Jiao said, "Master, I have a large number of recommendation letters." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and many jade slips appeared in front of him. Ning Chi scanned them with his divine sense and discovered that they were all recommendation letters from various large sections. Seeing that Ning Chi was looking at him with a strange expression, Master Jiao smiled and said, "In the past, I often went to the central planet to handle some matters. Sometimes, in order to hide my identity and avoid trouble, I asked some of my good friends to write these recommendation letters. However, don't worry, Master. My friends in the Central Empire have many recommendation letters, so they won't be traced back to me. Ningqi nodded. He believed in this. Daoist Jiao was so afraid of the Tiandao family that he was willing to become a woman to prevent them from recognizing him. If it was not a very safe situation, he would not have taken out these recommendation letters. Let's go. Ningqi gave each of them a recommendation letter, but Jinxuan and Long-Armed Ape did not need one. Their cultivation was not at the Grand Heavenly Realm, so they could only enter as followers or juniors. When Ningqi and the others approached the central planet, they found a building that looked like a space station. There was a large group of people waiting in line to enter the central planet. They had similar recommendation letters in their hands. After being verified, they would receive a jade card. Ningqi could also see that there were people waiting in line. Those who wanted to leave the central planet had to submit their jade cards here. However, there were some people who didn't need to hand it over. Instead, they simply flew away. Some traveled alone, while others took immortal boats. When they looked at the immortals lining up, their eyes were filled with disdain. Seeing that Ningqi noticed this, Daoist Jiao explained in a low voice, "Master, those jade cards are temporary identities on the central planet. Occasionally, people will check them. If you don't have the jade card, not only will you be expelled from the central planet forever, but you will also have to pay a huge fine. If you don't have this fine, you will be sentenced to mining in all kinds of dangerous places for 100 years. After pausing for a while, he continued, "Right now, 80% of the immortals on the central planet have temporary identities. Only 20% of them are natives, so they have permanent identities. They don't need to be checked when entering or leaving." Ningqi nodded slightly. In the eyes of ordinary immortals in the world of immortals, the central planet was the only level 9 planet overseen by the Langia Immortal Emperor. In addition, he'd heard that the spiritual energy on the planet was boundless and thick. For immortals from level 5 or level 6 planets and below, any corner of the planet would be filled with spiritual energy. It was a holy land for cultivation and the goal of countless immortals. However, because of the recommendation letters, many immortals were unable to enter the central planet. Although Sage Jiao had many recommendation letters, it was because he was a Tai and the circles and levels he came into contact with were different. Ordinary Grand Luo, or even mystic immortals, might not even be able to find someone who was qualified and willing to write one for them. Daoist Jiao had mentioned before that a force that could issue recommendation letters had to have a grand unity. Furthermore, depending on the strength of the force, the number of recommendation letters that could be issued each year was no more than 50 to 100. Ningqi vaguely remembered seeing someone post on the All Heavens forum asking to buy recommendation letters. That was because they were expensive. A few hours later, it was Ningqi's and the others' turn. The immortal checking the recommendation letters did not have a high cultivation level. He was only around the Grand Luo level, but he was dressed neatly with a blue wave embroidered on his clothes. The immortals in front of Ningqi were of a higher cultivation level than them. Those who were of a higher cultivation level were also very respectful and did not dare to be rude. Recommendation letter. The other party looked Ningqi up and down indifferently before speaking. Ningqi smiled and handed the recommendation letter over. The other party scanned it with his divine will and nodded. The recommendation letter of the Dingtian sect is valid for a year. After a year, it will be invalid. You must leave the central planet on your own. Otherwise, you know the consequences if you're caught. Go. With that, the other party gave Ningqi a jade token and waved his hand, urging Ningqi to hurry over. Ningqi was slightly stunned. Only a year? Jinxuan passed the test together with Ningqi. Soon, the monkey and the others also passed the test. Nothing else happened. After passing the test, Ningqi and the others flew toward the central planet. When they landed, they were at the gate of a huge city. Long-Armed Ape was shocked. He felt that the heaven and earth spiritual chi around him was so dense that it would automatically rush into his body. Just taking a breath was equivalent to cultivating on the Nine Heroes planet for more than a month. If he cultivated here, wouldn't it be countless times faster than before? To him, this was simply a holy place for cultivation. Even a grand unity, like Taoist Jiao, could not help but take a deep breath. A trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Why is it only a year? Ning Qi said indifferently. Taoist Jiao smiled and said, Master, I came to the Langia celestial territory to do something, and it would take me at most a year. That's why I asked them to give me a 1-year recommendation letter. After all, that's easier. All right, 1 year should be enough. Ning Qi nodded and let everyone into the city. When they entered the city, the guards checked Ning Qi and the others' jade tokens. When they saw that their jade tokens were only valid for a year, they collected 100 superior-grade immortal stones from each of them. This was equivalent to 1 million inferior-grade immortal stones. That was a considerable amount of cultivation resources. After entering the city, Ning Qi looked at the surrounding buildings and frowned slightly. The style of the buildings here seemed to be different from the last scene he had seen. Ning Haoyan should not have met Zhu Ganglai here. It was a pity that he had not checked on Ning Haoyan's situation through Ning Yi. He did not know which huge city Ning Haoyan had entered before Ning Yi's accident. If I want to find someone in the Langia celestial territory, what method should I use? Ning Qi looked at Taoist Jiao. This guy was, after all, a wily old fox. He knew more. Find someone? That's easy. There's a stronghold of Ashoka Manor in Haifeng City. They're good at finding people, but the price is higher. Taoist Jiao hurriedly said, Ashoka Manor? What's their background? Are they reliable? Ning Qi frowned. Ashoka Manor is a top-notch force on the central planet. I heard that they have an immortal lord as their backer. They're involved in a wide range of industries, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, they're rather secretive. They won't leak the whereabouts or information of their guests. Taoist Jiao said. Chapter 2947. Venerable Jiao seemed to be very familiar with Haifeng City. He led Ning Qi and the rest through a series of twists and turns. Before long, they arrived at a towering building with the words "Worryless" written on it. Immortals were entering and exiting the building. Some of them had uncontrollable joy on their faces, while others were ashen. Venerable Jiao seemed to be very familiar with Haifeng City. Master, this is the place, said Venerable Jiao. Yes, let's go in. Let's go in. Ning Qi nodded. When everyone entered the building, a maid-like figure immediately walked up to them. Her eyes swept across the crowd as if she was trying to determine who was the leader. Her eyes lingered on Venerable Jiao and Ning Qi, and finally rested on Venerable Jiao. She stepped forward and smiled sweetly. Senior, you can tell me anything you need. In Ashoka Manor, as long as you can afford it, there's nothing we can't do. We'll definitely help you. Venerable Jiao smiled awkwardly and looked at Ning Qi. The maidservant was slightly taken aback and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. She was extremely confident in her judgment. From the aura emanating from Venerable Jiao, she could tell that he was a primordial unity expert. Even on the central planet, a primordial unity expert would be considered a top-notch figure. But he was not the leader? We're looking for someone. Ning Qi smiled. Looking for someone. A trace of disappointment flashed in the maidservant's eyes. The price for finding someone was not high, so her commission was naturally even lower. But she did not dare to slight Ning Qi. Please follow me, she said hurriedly. She led Ning Qi and the others straight up to the 3rd floor, and then came to the door of a room. This room seemed to be emitting some kind of special magic wave, which completely isolated divine thoughts. If someone was talking inside, ordinary people's divine thoughts would not be able to forcibly break through. In this way, it was kept secret. This way, the secret was kept. The door of the house suddenly opened, and a woman with a cold expression walked out. She glanced at Ning Qi and the rest, then went straight down the stairs. Senior, please come in. Elder Tian Mu of Ashoka Manor is inside. He's in charge of finding people. The maidservant smiled. Quite professional. Ning Chi nodded in satisfaction. From this point, Ashoka Manor should be quite reliable, but whether it could achieve his goal was another matter. Wait for me outside. Ning Chi turned around and said something before entering the house. Then the door of the house closed by itself. This room was quite spacious. Behind a table sat an old man with a cold expression. Ning Chi noticed that this old man had a third eye between his eyebrows. Three-eyed race. Ning Chi's gaze flickered slightly as he utilized the system to glance at the attributes of this old man. Sure enough, the old man did indeed possess the bloodline of the three-eyed race, and his cultivation was only ordinary at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm. Actually, this was to be expected. This Ashoka Manor here was merely a stronghold. Other than this old man, there were probably more than 10 mystic immortals in this stronghold. Based on this, Ashoka Manor's overall strength was probably extremely terrifying, probably only weaker than an immortal lord sect. Are you looking for someone? Appearance, background, and background. The old man's third eye suddenly opened and looked at Ning Chi, but the remaining 2 eyes were closed. Ning Chi didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, and Zhu Gonglia's scholarly appearance appeared in front of the old man. I'm looking for him. What is this person's cultivation level? The old man frowned. I do not know. Ning Chi shook his head. If I do not know his cultivation level, then we can only calculate it as a grand immortal. Give me 100 supreme grade immortal stones first. If we find him, give me another 400 supreme grade immortal stones. If we can't find him, then the 100 supreme grade immortal stones will be the cost of our operation. The old man said lightly. After a pause, he continued. Ashoka Manor is only responsible for finding him. If you have other requests, you will have to pay more. Is this person your enemy? If he is, we can help you. The price can be negotiated. I'll do it myself. Ning Chi smiled. Even the 4 ancient transformations could not suppress Zhu Ganglai. If Ashoka Manor were to deal with him, Ning Chi felt that the entire Ashoka Manor would be uprooted in less than 3 to 5 days. He had no enmity with the other party, so there was no need to frame him. Next, Ning Chi handed over 100 supreme grade immortal stones and received a communication stone that the old man had specially placed a restrictive spell on. If they found the person, Ashoka Manor would notify Ning Chi through the stone, and then they would come to this place to exchange money. Miss, may I have the honor of knowing your name? A handsome, early-stage golden immortal stood in front of Venerable Jiao and asked with cupped hands. Ning Chi's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Ing Jinchuan and the rest also had a strange look in their eyes. Go away. Venerable Jiao waved his hand impatiently. He suddenly felt some regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned into an ugly woman. Miss, we hit it off at first sight. That early-stage golden immortal did not seem to want to give up. At this time, the servant girl who had brought him here reminded him, Young master, you can go in now. Ah, all right. Miss, remember to wait for me at the door. I'll be right back. That early-stage golden immortal glanced at Ning Chi, then at Venerable Jiao. Only then did he enter the house. Let's go. Ning Chi smiled. Venerable Jiao nodded with a livid face. After everyone left the building, Venerable Jiao suggested that they find a place to stay for a while. After all, they had to wait here for news. Ning Chi nodded in agreement. Then Venerable Jiao brought Ning Chi and the rest to the outskirts of Haifeng City. There was an endless mountain range there. On each mountain, there seemed to be 3 to 5 caves. The density of the spirit chi in the caves varied. Some are very strong, and the spirit chi was so strong that it almost formed rain clouds. Some were very weak, but they were still a little stronger than in Haifeng City. Master, the caves here are divided into long-term and short-term rentals. We only need to rent them for a year, and the price will not be too high. Venerable Jiao said, "Go and do it." Venerable Jiao nodded and flew toward the mountain range. Taoist Jiao nodded and flew towards the mountain range. In about 15 minutes, he flew back with another zenith heaven. Finally, under the guidance of the zenith heaven, they arrived at one of the caverns. There were 5 caverns on the mountain peak, and the other 4 were occupied. 1 year's time is up. Everyone, please leave. After the zenith heaven removed the seal on the cave, he told Ning Qi and the rest about it, then turned around and left. At this time, another figure flew over. When he saw Ning Qi and the rest, he immediately landed in front of Venerable Jiao with a face full of surprise. "Miss, you and I are really fated." This person was the good-looking, early-stage golden immortal from before. Venerable Jiao did not even look at him. Instead, he said to Ning Qi, "Master, I'll go and cultivate in seclusion first." "Yes, go ahead." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Chapter 2948. You can't afford it. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Can't afford it? Hee brother, you probably don't know who I am. Have you heard of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? The early golden immortal looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Oh, you are the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? Ning Qi asked in surprise. Of course not. The early golden immortal's expression changed slightly. He laughed dryly. The other was obviously teasing him. How could he be the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce at such a young age? I am Xingyue. Although I do not have a position in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, I can still afford to buy a servant girl. The main thing is that you're a servant girl, and I hit it off at first sight. I feel that we are fated to be together. Perhaps she is the one that I have been looking for all my life to grow old with. So please be merciful and let her be with me. How about it? Xingyue smiled. Xingyue? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Wasn't the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce on Cerulean Planet called Xingyue? It seemed that the relationship between the two was like that of a brother and sister. But a little fairy, forget it. Ning Qi shook his head at Xingyue. That might be an illusion. She is definitely not a little fairy who can grow old with you. Brother Xing, why don't you look elsewhere? There might be a suitable one. Seeing this, a trace of impatience flashed in Xingyue's eyes. He wanted to say something, but a figure came out of a cave residence not far away and scolded Xingyue. Third brother, what are you doing? Xingyue quickly walked over and cupped her hands towards Ning Qi and the others. She had an apologetic expression on her face. Everyone, please forgive me. My third brother has a free and easy personality. If he has offended you in any way, this little girl will apologize on his behalf. Big sister, I'm not a child. Do I need you to apologize on my behalf? Plus, I didn't offend them. I just want to buy this brother's servant girl. Xingyue said helplessly, Come with me. I've already told you not to cause trouble. If you don't listen, I'll order someone to send you back. Xingyue snorted. Seeing this, Xingyue could only say to Ning Qi, Brother, please reconsider my proposal. As he spoke, he was pulled into the cave abode by Xingyue. Ning Qi felt that it was such a coincidence. He had just arrived at Haifeng City, yet he was staying on the same mountain peak as Xingyue. This lady's eyes are always open to money. This time, she has personally come to see Abundant City. Could it be that she has some big business to do? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, but he was not very interested. He did not lack anything now, and his cultivation could no longer be improved by external forces. He could only wait for the Tai immortal tribulation, which had not been heard for more than 200 years. No matter what Xingyue's purpose was, it had nothing to do with him. In the following month, Ning Qi waited for news from Ashoka Manor, while Taoist Jiao and the rest used the time to cultivate in seclusion. Now that the monkey had long-armed ape as his little brother, He was determined to raise his cultivation so as not to embarrass himself. Thus, he did not cause any trouble for Ning Chi and merely guided him in the cave abode. Long-armed ape. The cultivation of the long-armed ape was changing at a visible rate every single day. Ning Chi was a little curious about this, but he was his master after all, so he could only hold it in and not ask. One day, Ning Chi's eyes moved, and he took out the communication stone. There was news from Ashoka Manor. He did not call Ingjin Xuan and the rest, but went to the building alone. Coincidentally, it was the same servant girl who received him last time. After leading him to a room on the 3rd floor, she turned and left. "Have you found him?" Ning Chi looked at the three-eyed old man impassively. "I've made some progress, which is why I invited you here." This time, all 3 of the three-eyed old man's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Ning Chi with sparkling eyes. The atmosphere around him seemed a little strange. Suddenly, Ning Chi sensed that there was an additional figure behind him, looking at him impassively. He felt a prickling sensation on his back. Tian Peng is a remnant of an ancient immortal. Since you're looking for him, he must be a remnant of an ancient immortal as well. The elders in the clan are right. During this period of time, ancient immortals will spring up one after another like bamboo shoots. The other party said calmly. Ning Chi felt that he had made a miscalculation. He was afraid that if he were to look for Ning Haotian and Ning Yi directly, his identity would be exposed. Therefore, he sent Ashoka Manor to look for Zhu Ganglai. This way, even if someone suspected him, they would not suspect him directly. After all, there were many people who had seen Zhu Ganglai on Kunlun Star. Very. What he did not expect was that Ashoka Manor's backer was the heavenly Dao family. Based on this, the other party had determined that he was an ancient immortal, and did not know that he was Ning Beixian. 3rd Manor Master, I was fortunate enough to accomplish the mission. The three-eyed elder cupped his hands towards the direction behind Ning Chi with a faint smile on his face. Just surrender. My second brother has already personally led people to the cave residence you're staying in. Looking at the time, your companions should have been suppressed. The voice behind him sounded again. Ning Chi's figure abruptly turned and instantly appeared in front of the 3rd Palace Master. He did not use the emotion destroyer swordsmanship, but instead opened the 9 inner hidden gates at once. The 18 dragons subduing palms, which was the embodiment of Yang, struck the 3rd Palace Master's chest with lightning speed. In less than a breath's time, the 3rd Palace Master had been struck thousands of times by Ning Chi. Bam, bam, bam. This Ashoka Manor's 3rd Palace Master was an early-stage, primordial immortal. But under Ning Chi's series of attacks, he did not even have time to react. His physical body was reduced to a bloody mist by Ning Chi. His spirit floated in midair, staring at Ning Chi in bewilderment. How could this be? The spirit's eyes were gradually filled with terror. I'm afraid your second brother is already dead. Ning Chi smiled and punched out. Bam! What was left of the 3rd Palace Master's soul was shattered by Ning Chi's punch. The three-eyed elder stared at Ning Chi in a daze, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The 3rd Palace Master of Ashoka Manor had been blown up just like that? You said you found the person I'm looking for. Were you lying? Ning Chi looked at the three-eyed old man and smiled. No, I didn't lie to you, Senior. I've indeed found the person you're looking for. Not long ago, he appeared in the imperial capital, accompanied by a man and a woman. Please take a look, Senior. The three-eyed elder hurriedly took out a jade scroll and crushed it. Then a projection appeared in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi saw Ning Yi following behind little Hao Tian with a stupefied look, while little Hao Tian was following behind Zhu Ganglai in low spirits. His eyeballs would occasionally move around a few times. Occasionally, his eyes darted about as if calculating something. All right, I got it. Ning Chi smiled and turned to leave. Seeing this, the three-eyed elder heaved a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he looked at Ning Qi in utter shock. Before he could react, his body was blown up by Ning Qi, and his spirit was also crushed. After that, Ning Qi left the building. Chapter 2949. When Ning Qi returned to the cave abode, he saw a burly man kneeling in front of Monkey and the rest. The man was covered in injuries, and his face was pale with panic in his eyes. When Ning Qi entered, he subconsciously looked at Ning Qi and was slightly shocked. Since Ning Qi was here, alive and well, it meant that his third brother must be dead. Master! This fellow broke through the formation on the door while we were in seclusion. I beat him up and will let you deal with him. Monkey ran to Ning Qi's side and smiled smugly. You're the second manor lord of Ashoka Manor. Ning Qi looked at him impassively. That's right. This time, Ashoka Manor has misunderstood all of you. Please spare my life, seeing that we have not committed a grave mistake. The other party said in a low voice, Master, I've misjudged Ashoka Manor. I didn't expect Ashoka Manor to be so shameless as to lay hands on a guest. Please forgive me, Master. Venerable Jiao said with some shame. It's all right. It's got nothing to do with you. It's just that Ashoka Manor's but isn't in the right place. Ning Qi said indifferently. With that, he stabbed the second manor master, who was a middle-stage Tai true immortal, to death. He turned to Ing Jinxuan and the rest and said, They have life tokens with them. Ashoka Manor must have made their move. Let's leave Haifeng City now and head for the capital. The long-armed ape looked at Ning Qi with increasing reverence. When the second manor lord of Ashoka Manor introduced himself, he knew that this was a primordial immortal. In the immortal realm, as long as immortal emperors and immortal lords did not appear, primordial immortals were the first tier of experts. Yet Ning Qi had killed a primordial immortal on the spot with a light stab of his sword, killing a grand unity immortal on the spot. What kind of strength was this? Before long, they left the cave abode. On the second day after they left, Xing Yulei came to visit again, but it was empty. So what if you don't want to sell? Is there a need to hide from me? Xing Yulei muttered to himself. I told you not to cause trouble. Here you go again. Xing Yue had appeared beside Xing Yulei out of nowhere and said coldly, Big sister, at least say hello. I'll be scared if you suddenly stand beside me. Xing Yulei complained. Xing Yue looked at the open door of the cave and said in a low voice, In the past 200 years, the heavenly Dao families have appeared one after another. The entire immortal world has heard that the traitors, the ancient immortal clan, are making a comeback. I don't know how long it will be before the immortal world experiences another calamity. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to get more trump cards for myself, I won't even know how I die in the future. Even Father has already arrived in the imperial capital. There's an important person from the Tiandao clan who is passing by, and he's holding a grand assembly of chosen. The top 10 will not only have a chance to become his apprentice, but they will also be able to go to the treasure pavilions of the 9 great clans to choose any magical treasure they want. Are you in the mood to flirt around here? At the end, Xing Yue's words were intense. Xing Yulei sighed. All right, I understand. It's just that my cultivation time is too short and I'm only an early stage golden immortal. I'm not fated to participate in this gathering. Only by giving it a try will you know. Your aptitude is extraordinary, and you have a chance of being favored by that great figure. Xing Yue coldly snorted. Oh, something's not quite right, master. Along the way, Daoist Jiao suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Ning Qi asked calmly. They were standing on Daoist Jiao's ferry boat, rushing toward the imperial capital. Look, master! There are so many ferry boats heading in the direction of the imperial capital. Moreover, they're all chasing each other, as if they're afraid of being late. I think there's definitely something strange going on in the imperial capital. Daoist Jiao said resolutely. In the past, he often came to the central planet, but he had never seen so many ferry boats of different sects appearing so densely. Furthermore, they were all heading in the same direction, the imperial capital. Isn't the Langya immortal emperor overseeing that place? Isn't it normal for immortals to go there on a pilgrimage? Ingjin Xuan asked. Taoist Jiao shook his head. There are many factions in the imperial capital. Even many immortal lords have disciples cultivating in the imperial capital. You can bump into a genius in just 2 or 3 steps. That's why fights are very popular in the imperial capital. It's very normal for people to fight because of a disagreement. The Langyo immortal emperor doesn't pay much attention to this matter. He lets his subordinates fight, so ordinary sects don't dare to go to the imperial capital. But just now I saw many immortal boats that could only be considered second-rate sects flying towards the imperial capital. Let's find someone to ask and see what's happening in the imperial capital recently. Ning Qi frowned slightly. If Ning Haoyan was really with Zhu Ganglai, it wouldn't make sense for so many people to go to the imperial capital. It was most likely because of something else. Master, I'll stop someone and ask them, Taoist Jiao said immediately. However, before he could act, a ferry boat flew toward them. The ferry boat was huge, and there were many people on it. The person leading the group had an aura that was many times stronger than Venerable Jiao's. He was a late-stage primordial unity. Taoist Jiao's movement was slightly sluggish. He originally planned to wait for the other party to fly past him before taking action. However, he didn't expect the other party to fly directly toward them and stop Ning Qi and the others. Did you come from the direction of Haifeng City? The late-stage primordial unity true immortal, leading the group, soared into the sky and landed on the ferry boat. His gaze was like cold lightning as it swept past Ning Qi and the others. Taoist Jiao's eyes flickered, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" You are an early-stage primordial unity true immortal, so you should be the leader. Now, I'm the one asking you questions, not you. Did you come from Haifeng City? The other party said as he looked at Taoist Jiao coldly. Ashoka Manor's Manor Master, right? Ning Qi looked at the other party's attributes and said with a smile, "Oh, Junior, you recognize me?" The Ashoka Manor Master looked at Ning Qi in surprise. After discovering that the second and third Manor Master's life tablets had been shattered, he had rushed toward Haifeng City without stopping. At the same time, he had also informed the Immortal Lord behind him. Unfortunately, the Immortal Lord was in the Imperial capital, personally following a big shot. Thus, he could only come to Haifeng City to take a look. Who are you pretending to be a senior in front of? Seeing that Ning Qi did not stop him, he appeared in front of the Ashoka Manor Master in a flash and gave him a slap on the head of the Ashoka Manor Master. The Ashoka Manor Master could not retaliate at all. He staggered and fell in front of everyone. On the incomparably huge ferry boat, many pairs of dumbfounded eyes fell on Monkey, as if they could not believe that their Manor Master had been beaten to the ground with a single slap. His eyes were pitch black. His head was dizzy. The Ashoka Manor Master finally regained his senses. He felt as if his brain had been smashed into mush. He raised his head in shock and anger and looked at Monkey. You. Chapter 2950. The Prefecture Lord is dead. On the huge ferry boat, the Ashoka Manor Immortals all looked horrified. But before they could react, Ning Qi's sword light had already arrived. In less than 5 breaths' time, all the immortals on the ferry boat were dead. Ning Qi kept the celestial boat and burned the corpses with immortal flames. After doing all this, Ning Qi and the others continued on their way. At this point, it would most likely take a long time for this matter to be discovered by others. Venerable Jiao was secretly shocked by Ning Qi's swordsmanship. With such swordsmanship, he was absolutely invincible below the immortal Lord Realm. The great Ashoka Manor had been destroyed just like that. Without the 3 Tai Prefecture Masters, Ashoka Manor would immediately be reduced to a second-rate force. It would not be long before they would be removed from all the famous cities. Venerable Jiao was secretly shocked by Ning Qi's swordsmanship. How much longer until we reach the capital? Ning Qi stood at the front of the ferry boat with his hands behind his back. They had already flown for 5 to 6 days. They had passed by a few huge cities along the way, but there was no sign of the capital. Master, the central planet is very big, and there are no transportation formations in the capital. At this speed, it will take about a month. Venerable Jiao said. A month? Ning Qi frowned. How about this? I'll go first. You guys stay behind. Ning Qi said. Master, I'll go with you. Monkey hurriedly said, no need. You stay with Ant Master. If anything happens, don't act rashly. Keep a low profile. There are martial emperors here. You're no match for them. Ning Qi shook his head. After some thought, he suddenly took out a low-grade Dao artifact from his spatial bag. It was a staff with 2 golden hoops on each end. I don't think you have a suitable Dharma treasure. You can use this staff for now. Ning Qi handed the staff to Monkey and disappeared from the ferry boat in a flash. Low-grade Dao artifact. Venerable Jiao glanced at the staff with a strange expression, as though he was trying to hold back his laughter. Long-armed ape also found it strange. Logically speaking, with Ning Qi's strength and wealth, he should have given Monkey a middle grade or even superior grade Dao artifact. Wouldn't this low-grade Dao artifact be the same as the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers in his hands? Thinking of this, the long-armed ape instantly felt a little awkward. Goku, there must be a profound meaning for your master to give you this stick. I don't know why, but I feel that there is an inexplicable charm in your attire and holding a stick. Ying Jinchuan consoled. In everyone's eyes, the monkey, who should have been furious, looked at the rod in his hand thoughtfully. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the rod instantly shrank, becoming like a needle that sank into the monkey's ear. Interesting, interesting, the monkey said with a smile. It seems like I'm fated with this rod, although it's only an inferior grade Dao artifact. With my strength, there's not much difference between using an inferior grade Dao artifact and a supreme grade Dao artifact. Who in this world can withstand a strike from my rod? There are many more. Daoist Jiao thought to himself, but on the surface he smiled and flattered. Almighty Wukong! Pausing for a moment, he continued. Master has already gone ahead of us. We should hurry on with our journey. Ning Qi could travel 90,000 miles in an instant. After his confining dragon-elephant technique reached perfection, his speed had already increased a lot. Along the way, he crazily overtook other ferry boats. Perhaps only immortal monarchs could compete with him in terms of pure speed. Even Grand Unity immortals who didn't have any fortuitous encounters or specialized in speed would be slightly inferior to him. After a few days, Ning Qi's figure suddenly stopped moving. He stood in the void not far from him, but it was very lively. Ning Qi's senior brother, Kongwen, was leading a group of Yuqing school disciples and confronting a group of immortals. There were also many immortals nearby, and there was no lack of profound immortals among them. Among the immortals confronting Kongwen, the leader was a Grand Luo, and Kongwen's cultivation was only at perfection golden immortal. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from, but how dare you pluck the immortal herbs and spirit medicines in my herb garden? If you don't compensate me tenfold, don't even think about leaving this place. The Grand Luo snorted coldly. There was a Yuqing school female disciple behind Kongwen who was only a heaven immortal. With a hint of shame on her face, she took a step forward and cupped her fists at Kongwen. Martial uncle, I passed by that mountain range earlier and didn't know it was his herb garden, so I couldn't help plucking a 500-year-old, illuminating spirit flower. From the beginning, Kongwen had warned them that the central planet was full of different forces, and that any random corner might have an owner. So, as long as they hurried along, they shouldn't cause any unnecessary trouble. However, he couldn't resist the greed in his heart. It just so happened that he had a cauldron of medicinal pills and lacked one that was at least 500 years old. Illuminating spirit flower, Kong Wen glanced at him indifferently and extended his hand. Upon seeing this, the disciple immediately handed the illuminating spirit flower to Kong Wen. Senior, this junior in the sect, was ignorant and misunderstood. He thought that this illuminating spirit flower was ownerless, so he plucked one. Please forgive him, Senior. Kong Wen held the illuminating spirit flower with both hands and bowed to the other party. "Haha, you're just going to return the illuminating spirit flower to me?" I said 10 times. "Hand over 10 500-year-old illuminating spirit flowers, and we'll forget about this matter. Otherwise, the Meng family won't let you go." The Grand Luo coldly glanced at the illuminating spirit flower in Kong Wen's hand, but did not budge. 10 times, huh? Very well. I wonder how much a 500-year-old illuminating spirit flower is worth here. How many immortal stones? Kong Wen thought about it and nodded. The Jade Clear sect disciples behind him all showed a hint of anger on their faces. When had they ever suffered such humiliation on the homeworld? The guilt in the female disciple's heart deepened. It was all because of her that Senior Uncle Kong Wen had to humble himself to others. "I don't lack immortal stones, but from the looks of it, you don't have any illuminating spirit flowers. I won't make things difficult for you. A 500-year-old illuminating spirit flower costs 500 supreme-grade immortal stones, and you just have to pay me 5,000 supreme-grade immortal stones." The Grand Luo said flatly. "A 500-year-old illuminating spirit flower costs 500 supreme-grade immortal stones? We might as well rob it. Where we come from, it's worth 5 supreme-grade immortal stones at most." The Jade Clear sect disciples were all infuriated when they heard that. "Shut up!" The Grand Luo barked coldly, and the Jade Clear sect disciples behind Kong Wen promptly shut their mouths. No matter what, they might really have to cough up blood today since they were away from home. "If you don't even have 5,000 supreme-grade immortal stones, I'll give you another chance. Go mine at my flame dragon mine for 100 years, and I'll let you go." At those words, everyone finally understood the Grand Luo's true objective. They had heard that the central planet was in chaos before they came, but they never imagined that they would run into such a thing so soon. Chapter 2951. Room for discussion? Many immortals nearby who were watching the show laughed when they heard this. The Meng family was one of the top clans in the Central Empire, controlling the most popular businesses such as herbs, mystic treasures, ores, and so on. Discussing with the Meng family? That would be asking a tiger for its skin. The Grand Luo before them was Shuediue, the steward of one of the Meng family's herb gardens. His surname was not Meng, but as long as he joined the Meng family, he could rely on the family's reputation to obtain some benefits, even if he was not granted a surname. For example, the flame dragon mine he mentioned was the steward who occupied the Meng family's herb garden. His identity was established in cooperation with several local clans. "What right do you have to discuss with me?" "Never mind, I won't waste time with you lot. Take them down." Shuediue sneered. Upon hearing that, several gold immortals behind him, who were rubbing their palms and rubbing their palms, immediately walked toward Kong Wen and the others with hideous smiles. They surrounded Kong Wen, but one of them went toward the group of Jade Clear sect disciples in the celestial immortal realm. Kong Wen's eyes showed a hint of graveness. The other party was a Grand Luo and had so many golden immortal subordinates. If nothing went wrong, they would probably be mining for him today. But if that happened, they would not be able to achieve their purpose in coming to the central planet. "Are you Meng family bandits?" A figure descended from the sky and landed beside Kong Wen. Kong Wen was slightly startled. Could it be that I've encountered a hero who would stand up for injustice? Shuediue's subordinates paused in their steps because they could not see through Ning Qi's cultivation, so they could only look towards Shuediue. "Who are you? Why are you meddling?" Shuediue frowned. I just can't stand the way the Meng family does things. As for my name, you have no right to know it. Ning Qi said flatly. Haha, what a joke. There's a name the Meng family doesn't have the right to know? Shuedua laughed in anger. You should think this through. Opposing the Meng family in the Central Empire means you can't escape the net of the law, no matter where you go. Interesting. According to you, the Meng family is the law in the Central Empire? What place does that place the Langya immortal emperor? Ning Qi smiled. Shuedua was slightly startled. He knew that he had accidentally let the cat out of the bag. If this was caught, there would inevitably be some trouble, so he didn't want to talk nonsense with Ning Qi on this topic. He said directly, Are you sure you want to stand up for these bumpkins? You talk too much nonsense. Ning Qi waved his hand and slapped Shuedua across the face. Struck by the slap, Shuedua immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. When Shuedua's subordinates saw this, they immediately looked at Ning Qi with solemn and fearful eyes. Ning Qi could send Shuedua, who was at the early stage of Almighty Immortal, flying with a palm. Obviously, he was not someone they could deal with. Thank you for your help, Senior. Kong cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. The group of Yuqing sect disciples looked at Ning Qi with gratitude in their eyes. Senior brother, it's me. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Kong was shocked, but he kept a straight face and said, Are you junior brother Beixian? Exactly. Ning Qi smiled. Let's go first. We'll talk as we walk. Kong nodded with a solemn expression. Seeing Ning Qi and Kong leave, Shuedua's subordinates could only stand in place. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Shuedua flew back with a face full of shame and anger. Where's that guy? He said angrily. He's gone, a golden immortal whispered, not daring to look at Shuedua for fear that he would laugh out loud, because half of Shuedua's face was swollen like a pig's head. Damn it. Shuedua looked angry. He then took out an all-heaven talisman and contacted his superior in the Meng family. He directly said that someone stole spiritual materials and spiritual herbs from the herb garden and headed towards the imperial capital. He also sent the portraits of Ning Qi and the others. After doing all this, Shuedua grinned sinisterly. In the central planet, no one can take advantage of our Meng family. Let's go after them and see where they can escape to. Ning Qi and Kong walked side by side. The Yuqing sect disciples behind them looked at Ning Qi's back curiously. At the same time, they were listening to Kong and Ning Qi's conversation. In fact, their real conversation was through voice transmission. Junior brother Beixian, in the few hundred years you were away, the Tiandao family appeared one after another. The immortals in the world suddenly learned that the legendary Tiandao family still exists. Everyone wants to join the Tiandao family. It's their golden age. You're wanted by the Tiandao family. How dare you come here? Central Empire? I heard that Langya Immortal Emperor was just a puppet that the Tiandao family deliberately pushed out. Senior brother, I have my reasons. But don't worry, the Tiandao family has its limits. As long as I don't expose myself, it won't be easy to find me in the vast sea of people. Ning Qi transmitted his voice. He paused. Senior brother, why did you come to the Central Empire this time? It's a long story. This time, I brought the sect disciples to the Central Empire. It's somewhat related to the Tiandao family. Junior brother, have you heard of the Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle? Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle? I've never heard of it. Just 100 years ago, the Tiandao family spread the word that soon, the fiend race would return. By then, the remnants of the ancient immortals would also rise up and cause trouble. So, the Tiandao family formed the Tiandao Alliance. Even most of the sects on the ancestral planet joined. The Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle is held by the Tiandao family. A big shot suggested that all the sects must send a disciple to the capital to participate. If one can make it to the top 100, he or she will become a Taoist of the Tiandao Alliance and receive countless cultivation resources. They can also go to the 9 super clans' treasure vaults to choose any Dharma treasure. Of course, I don't believe the Tiandao family slander. I didn't want to participate, but my master ordered me to come. Kongwen looked a little helpless. A golden immortal, like him, coming to the Central Empire was just a formality. There were so many geniuses in the Central Empire. He might not even have a place in the top 10,000, let alone the top 100. Can go to the 9 super clans' treasure vaults and choose any Dharma treasure? Ning Qi suddenly had a bold idea when he heard that. Wasn't this a chance for him to openly obtain that flying dagger? With the flying dagger, the immortal slaying gourd could be restored to a true Khanate spirit treasure. By then, killing an immortal emperor would not be a problem. Senior brother, are there any special rules for the so-called Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle? I heard that the 9 super clans of the Heavenly Law will send 9 true geniuses to participate in the battle. Each of them is a terrifying figure at the level of a perfected immortal lord. The 9 of them are already predetermined Taoists. Apart from them, the sects under us will join forces to fight for the remaining 91 spots. However, these spots are already predetermined. After all, the other sects might send primordial unity or mystic immortals. Kong, when transmitted his voice with a wry smile. Chapter 2952. Whoosh! So fast! Is this senior a primordial immortal? The central planet's reputation is well-deserved. Any random primordial unity, senior, we meet here. We're lucky this time. If not for the primordial unity seniors, we might really have to help others mine. Under Ning Qi's lead, everyone passed through like a gale. In just a few days, they saw the legendary Langya Immortal City, the imperial capital of the Central Empire. The walls of Langya Immortal City stretched on endlessly. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was impossible to see where the 2 sides ended. Immortal boats stopped outside Langya Immortal City. Groups of people and horses disembarked from the immortal boats. They kept the immortal boats and rushed towards Langya Immortal City. When entering the city, Ning Qi did not choose the most crowded gate, but entered through the side door. The guards checked everyone's jade cards, and when they saw the appearance of Ning Qi and Kongwen, they were slightly startled. Then they looked at each other, and one of them said to Ning Qi and Kongwen, "There's something wrong with your identities. Wait here for a moment, I'll verify it." With that, the soldier took out an all-heaven talisman and fiddled with it for a while. Not long after, a fierce-looking middle-aged man led a group of people over. When he saw Ning Qi and Kongwen, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Are you the ones who robbed one of my Meng clan's herb gardens? Someone dares to rob the Meng family's herb garden? Oh, this group of fellows shouldn't be from our central planet. They're country bumpkins from the outside world. Perhaps they're here to participate in the Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle and don't know how powerful the Meng clan is. Now that they've kicked an iron plate, I'm afraid they won't feel good. At the very least, they'll have to work in the Meng clan's mines for several hundred years." The immortals entering the city stopped in unison. They first looked at Ning Qi Kongwen and the others, then at the fierce-looking middle-aged man with gloating eyes. Only some immortals from the outside world looked at Ning Qi sympathetically. We're here to participate in the Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle. You have no proof, so don't slander us." Ning Qi said lightly. "No evidence. Xue Diyue has already told me everything in detail. It was the 2 of you who robbed my Meng family's herb garden. Arrest them for me." The fierce-looking, middle-aged man bellowed, and the Grand Luo he had brought with him promptly moved. From the very beginning, the soldiers guarding the city had been watching the show with a cold expression, standing in a corner with no intention of getting involved. Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for the Grand Luo to act, Ning Qi moved and punched each of them. The Grand Luo howled in pain as they were sent flying, landing on the ground and coughing up blood. Clearly, they were heavily injured. You. A trace of shock flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, as if he didn't expect Ning Qi to take the initiative to attack under such circumstances. Just as he was about to use his Xian immortal technique, he felt his vision blur. Ning Qi had grabbed his neck and slowly lifted him up. I heard that fighting and killing in the imperial capital is a very normal thing. The Langya immortal emperor never cared about these trivial matters. Instead, he was very supportive of it. Only by doing so could one temper their state of mind. Ning Qi seemed to be muttering to himself, but also seemed to be warning the soldiers, whose expressions had changed drastically. As one of the most renowned families in the imperial capital, the Meng family had given these soldiers many benefits. Naturally, they were on the Meng family side and were already vaguely thinking of making a move. However, Ning Qi's words instantly extinguished the flames in their hearts. If they showed too much bias in front of everyone, they might be punished by their superiors. All right, this is the city gate, not a place for you to fight and kill. We'll settle any misunderstandings once we're inside the city. Now let him go. A soldier walked over. His armor exuded the aura of a mid-grade sage weapon, and he was also a perfected Xian immortal. General Liu. The soldiers all cupped their fists and saluted. Let go. We'll talk about whether or not you've robbed the Meng family's herb garden after we enter the city. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw the soldier appear. Then he ignored the fact that Ning Qi was clutching his neck at this moment. His expression was still somewhat condescending, and he shouted at Ning Qi coldly. His words carried a tone of command. Ning Qi's palm remained motionless. General Liu frowned slightly. The middle-aged man felt countless gazes on him. He thought about how someone of his status had been grabbed by the neck in front of so many people. He felt extremely humiliated. However, the power contained in the other party's palm was like a flood or a ferocious beast. No matter how he tried to mobilize the power of the great path in his body, no matter how he mobilized the power of the great Tao in his body to resist, he was instantly eliminated. Did you hear that? General Liu wants you to let go. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred. Crack! Ning Qi used a bit of force and broke the middle-aged man's neck. At the same time, he used the power of the great Tao to kill the middle-aged man's divine soul on the spot. Puff! The middle-aged man's corpse was casually thrown aside by Ning Qi. Junior brother's temper. Kong Wen laughed bitterly in his heart. Only now did he dare to confirm Ning Qi's identity. There was no one else but Ning Qi with such a temper. No matter what, this was someone else's territory. Killing a seemingly high-ranking immortal like this might cause a lot of trouble in the future. Ugh, that's one of the Meng family's elders. He was killed just like that. Where did those guys come from? As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. They're in trouble now. Elder Meng Yu. The group of perfected golden immortals who were severely injured by Ning Qi hurriedly supported themselves and ran to the middle-aged man's side. When they found that the middle-aged man had lost all signs of life, their expressions instantly became incomparably horrified. One of them looked at General Liu and said in grief and indignation, General Liu, that thief actually killed our elder without any explanation. You killed my family's elder, General Liu. Please seek justice for my family's elder. Why did you kill him? General Liu looked coldly at Ning Qi, but he didn't make a move immediately. Elder Meng Yu, who was killed by Ning Qi, was a mid-stage profound immortal. Yet he was killed so easily without even leaving behind his divine soul. This was enough to show that Ning Qi's strength was not to be underestimated. What does it have to do with you? Ning Qi said indifferently. Hiss! This person is too arrogant. He even dared to disrespect the Langya Immortal Emperor's general? Senior is so domineering. They had already suffered a bellyful of grievances. When they entered the city, They were even accused of being a bandit. The Yuqing sect disciples had nowhere to vent their anger. Now that Ning Qi stood up for them, they felt extremely relieved. Their gazes towards Ning Qi carried a trace of admiration. Do you know who he is? Even if I don't attack you today, you'll definitely die after you enter the city. General Lu said indifferently, Let the Meng family's patriarch come to me. As for you, why don't you try? Chapter 2953. General Lu attacked without warning and was extremely fast. Kong Wen and the others only reacted when his saber was about to land on Ning Qi's head. Their faces were filled with shock. Whoosh! The saber stopped and could no longer fall. Everyone stared at this scene in disbelief. Ning Qi hadn't used anything and had grabbed General Lu's saber with his bare hands. A mid-grade Dao treasure? Haha, as expected of an immortal under the Langya immortal emperor. You're just a general guarding the city, but you have Dao treasures all over your body. You must be very rich. Ning Qi smiled, then exerted some force in his palm. A terrifying force suddenly gushed out and directly smashed the long saber into pieces. General Lu's divine sense was on the long saber. After it was shattered, his face immediately turned dark red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Ning Qi kicked him in the chest. He flew out at an even faster speed and crashed into the inner wall of the city with a bang. How dare you! Even the soldiers at the other gates were attracted by the commotion. When they saw that General Lu had been injured by Ning Qi, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, their faces were filled with shock and anger. How many years had it been? The guy who had dared to attack them last time was now digging in some unknown corner of the city. Now, someone dared to attack them? All of you, shut up! General Lu's voice rang out. He walked out of the inner wall in a sorry state, leaving a trail of rubble behind him. He looked at Ning Qi with an unsightly expression. You can go in now. General Lu, how can we let them enter the city like this? The soldiers were shocked. Ning Qi smiled and gestured to Kong Wen, then led the group into the city. Stop shouting, I'm not dead yet. This injury is nothing. If we offend someone who might become a Dao child, even if we have the backing of an immortal emperor, we will die a horrible death. General Lu glanced coldly at the other soldiers and transmitted his voice. The soldiers were shocked. Someone who might become a Dao child? Over the past few hundred years, the heavenly Dao clans had emerged one after another. Although this was a golden age for the immortals of the immortal world, with more than one publicly acknowledged immortal emperor and many immortal lords, it was still a considerable blow to the Central Empire. In the past, the Central Empire was the symbol of authority. Once the Langya immortal emperor spoke, no one in the immortal world dared to defy him. But now the Tiandao family was the true overlord, and the Tiandao alliance was the strongest power in the world. If Ning Qi could become a Daoist, then a mere city guard general would indeed not be enough. After entering the city, Kong Wen and the rest gasped. Even Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Although the spiritual Qi here could not be compared to the Heaven Dao Pavilion, it was more than 10 times stronger than outside the city. Even the cave abode they had rented for a year in Haifeng City had no spiritual Qi. It couldn't be compared to this place, not to mention that there were obviously other places with stronger spiritual Qi in the imperial capital. Not far away, a group of beings with dragon heads and human bodies passed by. When the passers-by saw them, they purposely made way for them. Clearly, this group of beings had extraordinary origins. Otherwise, who in the imperial capital would not have some ability to be able to make people make way for them? They had to be at least a top power. Those are the cultivators of the Nether Dragon tribe. They possess the bloodline of the ancient dragon tribe and are very powerful. Kong, when transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Apart from them, only 20% of the people walking on the streets of the imperial capital were humans. The remaining 80% consisted of various races. The demon tribe, immortal beasts in human form, and the dragon tribe were relatively rare. The Nether Dragon Tribe? Ning Chi's lips curled up slightly. Wasn't Proto, who had followed Dragon City to kill him, a prodigy of the Nether Dragon Tribe? Junior brother, your status is different now. You should keep a low profile, lest others recognize you. Kong Wen transmitted his voice to Ning Chi with a serious expression. Don't worry, senior brother. Ning Chi smiled. As long as he didn't use the emotion, destroyer sword art, the immortal execution bow, or other means, and he didn't have the brand of the Tian Dao family on him, it would not be easy to be recognized. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 8-9 mysteries to the 2nd level, so he could easily crush ordinary Tai genuine immortals. An early-stage Tai genuine immortal could fight against a Tai genuine immortal in the peak. Except for Taoist Master Jiao, no one had seen this method before, so it would not be easy to recognize him. This is a mechanical puppet passed down from the ancient Mo family. It can be exchanged for other items. Anyone who is interested can come and have a look. Not far from the city gate, there was a place that looked like a Buddhist market. A shout came from there, which immediately attracted Ning Chi's attention. Junior brother, there are still 5 years before the Heavenly Law Immortal Bestowal Battle. Let's find a place to stay for the time being. Kong Wen transmitted his voice to Ning Chi. Senior brother, I'll go to the market to have a look. Ning Chi transmitted his voice. After saying that, he walked towards the market. Seeing this, Kong Wen glanced at the Yuqing sect disciples behind him. They were all very excited, and it seemed that they also wanted to go to the market to join in the fun. According to Kong Wen's plan, he wanted to find a place to stay first, and then do other things. After all, it was easy to get into trouble with a large group of Yuqing sect disciples. However, since Ning Chi had already gone there, he could only grit his teeth and follow Ning Chi with the others. Fellow Taoist, what kind of puppet is this? Its head and body have been separated. If it was really passed down from the Mo family, who in this world can repair it? Yes, it's already a piece of trash. Where did you find this trash? 5 5th-stage elixirs that can increase one's strength. Do you want to trade? I'll give you a 6th-stage elixir that can heal injuries in exchange for this trash to study. What do you think? In front of a stall, there was nothing but a puppet. However, its head and body were separated, and its face seemed to have been severely injured, as it was scorched black. The stall owner was an early-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and he was fiercely bargaining with someone. Ning Chi walked to the front of the stall. Just by taking a glance, his Xian Immortal in the peak almost couldn't suppress his aura and exploded. This puppet was none other than Ning Yi. However, Ning Yi's soul seemed to have dissipated now. Judging from the wounds on his head and body, it was forcibly torn off by someone. Although Ning Yi's face was scorched black, he was, after all, personally refined by Ning Chi. Even if he turned into ashes, Ning Chi could still recognize the aura on it. How about this? I'll give you 2 6th-stage elixirs in exchange. 2. All right. This puppet, I want it. Ning Chi slowly raised his head. His gaze fell on the stall owner and said lightly, Fellow Taoist, I've already made a deal with him. Isn't it unreasonable for you to do this? Chapter 2954. What price can you offer? Ning Chi looked at the young man indifferently. Like the stall owner, his cultivation was only at the early stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. First come, first served. The young man snorted and looked at the stall owner. Fellow Taoist, what do you say? Well, since the deal is not done, why don't the 2 of you discuss a price? The stall owner smiled sheepishly. A trace of anger flashed in the young man's eyes. Kong Wen glanced at the puppet and found that the internal structure seemed to be extremely sophisticated. It was very different from the puppets he had seen before. Junior brother, if this is really a mechanical puppet passed down from the Mo clan, it's useless for you to buy it. Kong Wen reminded. I can study it. Ning Chi smiled at Kong Wen, then casually took out 3 lower-grade rank 6 elixirs from the space bag and threw them to the stall owner. He offers 2, I'll offer 3. 3. The stall owner first looked at the pills in his hand and found that they were used to increase one's power. It was better than the healing type. He did not agree, but looked at the young man. Fellow Taoist, what about you? One doesn't follow the rules, and the other is greedy. I don't want this trash. Be careful, I'm from the Leo Palace. After the young man finished, he sneered at Ning Qi and the stall owner and turned to leave. Oh, he's from the Leo Palace? Then these 2 guys are in trouble. The Leo Palace is good at fighting. If they offend them, there will be endless challengers. Unless they leave the imperial capital, they won't have a good life. If the stall owner is not greedy, he won't be like this. Gold and silver are so mesmerizing. Some of the immortals nearby had gloating looks in their eyes. The stall owner's expression suddenly changed. He quickly threw the pills in Ning Qi's hand back and stepped forward to pull the young man. He smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist, I'll sell you. Treat it as making a friend. 1. The young man's face showed a trace of arrogance. 1 it is. Treat it as making a friend of my Luohan kingdom. The stall owner was slightly startled. His heart felt like it was bleeding, but he nodded his head and said straightforwardly, Then you won't sell it to him? The young man glanced at Ning Qi and said lightly, Not for sale, not for sale. Luo Hongua smiled sheepishly as he cursed in his heart. It's already like this. Why are you still putting on airs? Brother, in the imperial capital, it's useless to be rich and overbearing. If you're not strong enough, you might not even be able to protect your wealth. I can exchange for this pile of trash with a low-grade 6th-tier medicinal pill. Can you do it? The young man looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Not good. Kong Wen's eyes moved. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, he heard a few crisp sounds in the air. Pa, pa, pa. Ning Qi slapped the young man 7 or 8 times in a row, causing him to see stars and spin on the spot. Even after several breaths of time, he still couldn't react. Damn, he even dared to beat up people from the Lion King's residence. Does he not want to live? Luo Hongua gaped at Ning Qi. The immortals near the market were also a little surprised. The way they looked at Ning Qi changed slightly. Since he was not afraid of the Leo King's mansion, it meant that he was also someone with a background. Ning Qi took out a medicinal pill and broke it into 2 halves. He casually threw 1 half into the mouth of a Yuqing sect disciple behind him, and the other half to Luo Hongua. Then he stored Ning Yi's corpse into his space bag and turned around to leave expressionlessly. After that Yuqing school disciple swallowed the other half of the medicinal pill, he felt an irrepressible, majestic spiritual aura rising inside his body. Just as he was about to be unable to digest it and enter Qi deviation, Ning Qi casually patted his forehead. That majestic spiritual aura immediately became a lot more obedient. At least, there was no danger of Qi deviation. Until Ning Qi and the others left, no one dared to stop them. Luo Hongua stared blankly at the half lower-grade 6th-tier medicinal pill in his hand and the empty stall. He immediately regretted it. The puppet that could have been exchanged for at least 2 lower-grade 6th-tier medicinal pills was only exchanged for half. What was going on? Damn it! The young man who was beaten senseless by Ning Qi finally regained his senses and looked around fiercely. Where is he? Where is that person just now? He went that way. Luo Hongua quickly pointed. The young man immediately chased after him. Luo Hongua heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the other party would not care about what happened just now. Unexpectedly, the young man turned around and sneered at him. This matter is not over yet. Without my permission, don't even think about leaving the imperial city. Otherwise, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. What the hell is this? After the young man chased after Ning Qi, Luo Hongua was a little sad and angry. Fellow Taoist, I advise you not to leave the imperial city for the time being. Anyway, Based on what happened to you, you'll only suffer a few beatings at most. If you leave the imperial city without permission, I think the people from the Liu King's mansion will not let you go. One person advised. The others also advised, meaning that Luo Hongwa should stay in the imperial city and wait for the people from the Liu King's mansion to settle the score. He would be fine after a few beatings. No, this matter is a misunderstanding. I want to chase after them and clarify. Luo Hongwa's expression changed a few times and finally decided to chase after them. Thank you, Senior. The Yuqing sect disciple's aura thickened out of nowhere. He stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi gratefully, because when Ning Qi slapped him on the head, not only did it prevent him from suffering from qi deviation, it also helped him digest the medicinal effect of the pill in a short period of time. The other Yuqing sect disciples looked envious and jealous, secretly hating themselves for not standing in a good position just now. Perhaps that half a pill would have fallen into their mouths? Although Yuqing sect had ancestor Yuqing, ordinary heaven immortal disciples would never have the chance to eat a lower grade 6th tier pill that could increase cultivation. Even if they ate it without the help of an elder, they would only explode and die. Ning Qi smiled and his figure paused slightly. When everyone saw this, they immediately turned around and saw the young man who was slapped by Ning Qi a few times running over. You hit me and then run. How can there be such a good thing in this world? The young man walked up to Ning Qi with a face full of resentment. What's your name? Which sect's disciple are you from? It's a misunderstanding, big brother. Luo Hongwa hurriedly chased after him. When he ran up to the young man and was about to explain a few more words, he saw Ning Qi slapping him left and right again. This time, with every slap, he knocked out a few broken teeth. After a few slaps, all the teeth in the young man's mouth were broken, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. You. The young man covered his face and quickly stepped back, looking at Ning Qi in disbelief. The other party actually hit him again? Still want to be beaten? Ning Qi gently raised his hand. Without saying a word, the young man turned around and fled, his figure extremely wretched. The immortals on the road seemed to be used to this kind of thing happening in the imperial capital and didn't pay much attention. Only those who knew the young man's background looked at Ning Qi with a hint of schadenfreude. Come here. Ning Qi looked at Luo Hongwa. Chapter 2955. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Ning Qi said calmly. Luo Hongwa heaved a sigh of relief and carefully approached Ning Qi. He did not know what this person who was not even afraid of the Liu King's residence's disciple was going to do. Could it be that he's going to take back the other half of the pill? Luo Hongwa thought in shock. Follow me. Ning Qi glanced at Luo Hongwa and turned to leave. Not long after, they arrived at a tea house and booked a private room. It was quiet, and the room was protected by a formation that prevented divine senses from entering. It was a good place to talk. Only Ning Qi and Luo Hongwa were in the room, while Kong Wen and the rest were in another room. Luo Hongwa couldn't stand being quietly sized up by Ning Qi for a while. He mustered up his courage and said in a low voice, If Senior wants that half a pill back, I am also willing. Why would I want the other half of the pill? Ning Qi smiled. Let me ask you something, and you have to answer honestly. If I find out that you're lying, your life will end here today. What? Senior, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Luo Hongwa was shocked and quickly said, Where did you get the puppet from? Ning Qi said calmly, You mean the puppet with its head separated from its body? This. Luo Hongwa's eyes flashed with fear. Does he know that the puppet is not a mechanical puppet passed down by the Mo family? You don't want to answer? Ning Qi looked at Luo Hongwa. Thump! Luo Hongwa suddenly turned over and knelt on the ground. With a sad face, he said to Ning Qi, Senior, I am shameless and greedy. That puppet was not passed down by the Mo family. I just picked it up on the roadside. Picked it up from the roadside? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Such a small movement scared Luo Hongwa so much that his body stiffened and his eyes showed extreme nervousness. "Where did you pick it up from?" Ning Chi said calmly. Luo Hongwa was stunned in his heart as he never expected that Ning Chi wouldn't pursue the matter of the puppet's authenticity. This caused him to instantly heave a sigh of relief in his heart, and he hurriedly said, "It's at the western part of the imperial capital." A few years ago, Junior just happened to set up a stall in the western part of the imperial capital. One day, when Junior closed up the stall and returned, he saw this puppet's head being torn off by someone. However, that Senior did not intend to take him away. Instead, he left directly. Oh, right, when he left, he even brought a young lady with him. "Tell me the details of what happened." Ning Chi's expression did not change, and his voice was calm. It turned out that Luo Hongwa happened to see everything from beginning to end that day. Ning Yi followed Ning Haotian to the west of the city, but they met a man who looked like a scholar. The scholar first looked at Ning Haotian for a while, then glanced at Ning Yi. He directly destroyed Ning Chi and took Ning Haotian away. During the entire process, Ning Haotian didn't struggle at all. Zhu Ganglai had probably used his cultivation to control him. Where did the scholar and the little girl go after that? Ning Chi said lightly. Where did he go? Senior, they seem to have gone in the direction of the city gate. My cultivation is low, so I didn't dare to follow them. I just picked up the destroyed puppet and left. Luo Hongwa said hurriedly. At this moment, a sudden uproar came from outside, accompanied by the angry shouts of the Yuqing sect disciples. Before Ning Chi and Luo Hongwa could do anything, the door to the room was kicked open, and a group of young men rushed in. The leader was an early profound immortal, and he didn't seem very old. Beside him was the shopkeeper with a bitter expression, and the young man who was slapped several times by Ning Chi. Kong Win and the others were already restrained, and there was a long saber next to each of their necks. Big brother, it's him. The young man with a swollen face pointed at Ning Chi and said with a resentful expression, It's you who slapped my third brother? Do you know where my third brother comes from? The leading early profound immortal glanced at Ning Chi from head to toe. When he saw that Ning Chi was an unfamiliar face, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, even if he didn't know the geniuses of the major clans and sects, he should at least know their faces. If he didn't recognize Ning Chi, it meant that Ning Chi's background was not impressive. So what if his cultivation was high? In this imperial capital, as long as it wasn't a primordial unity, he was confident that he could defeat even a perfected, profound immortal. Suppress. I'm not in a good mood right now. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. Ning Chi said indifferently without even looking at the early profound immortal. How arrogant. The early profound immortal sneered. His lips moved, and just as he was about to say a few more words, he heard Ning Chi say faintly, 3 breaths of time is up. If you don't want to leave, then don't bother. Bang! Ning Chi appeared in front of the early profound immortal like a bolt of lightning. He punched through the young man's head and destroyed his divine soul at the same time. Then Ning Chi's figure changed. In less than a breath of time, except for the young man with a swollen face and the shopkeeper, the rest of the disciples of the Liu King's palace were all smashed. Their heads, their bodies, and their Tao. Many customers who came to drink tea outside watched this scene with their mouths agape. They originally wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect the disciples of the Liu King's palace to be so weak. They were instantly suppressed by the other party. Big brother? Who are you? The young man finally showed a trace of fear in his eyes. He looked at Ning Chi in disbelief, and there was a hint of regret in his heart. He never thought that Ning Chi would really dare to kill the disciples of the Liu King's palace. As senior, this has nothing to do with me. The shopkeeper looked at Ning Chi blankly. You can leave. Ning Chi waved his hand. When the shopkeeper heard this, he turned around and fled. Come here. Ning Chi waved at the young man. You don't kill me, I know I'm wrong. The young man glared at him and wanted to threaten him, but when he saw his big brother's warm body lying on the ground, he immediately kept his threatening words and apologized to Ning Chi in an extremely cowardly manner. Come here, Ning Chi said with a smile. The young man was a little frightened. He unwillingly walked in front of Ning Chi. Smack! Ning Chi's palm landed on the young man's face. This time, the young man was directly sent flying, smashing through the private room's door and landing heavily on the street outside. The immortals below quickly made way for him. They looked at the unconscious young man on the ground, and then at the tea house, their eyes filled with curiosity. Luo Hongwa looked at the messy scene in front of him. He was a little scared. From his point of view, Ning Chi and the Liu King's palace were irreconcilable enemies. If he stayed here any longer, he would probably be buried together with Ning Chi. The Liu King's palace was a top force with a primordial immortal. Senior, I need to pee. Luo Hongwa mustered up his courage and said. Chapter 2956. Well, I'm suddenly not in a hurry anymore. Luo Hongwa smiled sheepishly, then stood aside and said nothing. Junior brother, what should we do next? Kong Wen walked to Ning Chi's side helplessly. Let's wait. We'll solve all the problems in one go. Ning Chi smiled. Kong Wen was stunned. Solve all the problems in one go. Junior brother, they have Senior Tai behind them. Kong Wen transmitted his voice with a hint of hesitation. Don't be afraid of Tai. If they come, I'll still serve them with my fists. Ning Chi smiled. Kong Wen looked at Ning Chi blankly, a trace of disbelief rising in his heart. Did Ning Chi's cultivation improve to this level in such a short time? In the following time, Ning Chi and the others still sat in the private room, but this time they did not separate. Kong Wen led the other Yuqing sect disciples to squeeze into Ning Chi's private room. The Yuqing sect disciples' faces were a little pale. Although there was a trace of joy in their hearts, it was gradually replaced by fear. On the street, the young man quickly came to his senses. He glanced at the tea house in horror, then scrambled towards the Liu King's mansion. The Liu King's mansion. Not good. Big brother has been killed. The young man rushed into the mansion and shouted loudly. The disciples and servants of the Liu King's mansion who heard the news were all in disbelief. Not long after, an old man came through the air and landed in front of the young man. He snorted coldly. Shirley, speak properly. Why are you panicking? Fifth elder, my big brother has been killed. When Shirley saw the old man, he quickly revealed a look of grief and indignation. He told the whole story. Although he stuttered a little, the fifth elder and the surrounding people heard it clearly. Someone dared to kill the eldest young master of the Liu King's mansion in the imperial capital? Did he have a death wish? Your father is at a critical moment of seclusion in preparation for the heavenly law conferring immortal battle. It's not good to disturb him. What's the cultivation of the guy who killed your big brother? The fifth elder said with a gloomy expression. Fifth elder, I can't see through his cultivation, but big brother was killed in one move. He didn't even have time to react. Shirley said softly, he's at least at the peak of the profound immortal realm like me. Humph. Looks like he's an old ancestor of a sect in the outside world. He's used to being arrogant in his own territory, but he still dares to be so unbridled in the imperial city. He killed the eldest young master of my Lion King's palace. He must pay with the lives of everyone here. The fifth elder sneered. Not long after that, the Liu King's mansion sent out 5 existences at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm, including the fifth elder, to the tea house. Meanwhile, the other great power in the imperial capital, the Meng clan, had sent out a few existences at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm to find the tea house through the clues. According to the news, they are up there. He killed an immortal of my Meng family and even fought with General Liu. General Liu was defeated. This person clearly has something to rely on. But with the three of us working together, it shouldn't be a problem to suppress him. Three perfection stage mysterious immortals stood below the tea house and glanced at each other. The aura of one of them seemed to be the thickest, and it was around half a level stronger than the other two. He sneered before he led the other two into the tea house. In the tea house, Luo Hongua picked up the teacup with trembling hands and took a sip. He stole a glance at Ning Qi, and when he saw that Ning Qi was very calm from the beginning until the end, he was slightly puzzled. He didn't know how Ning Qi could be so calm. He had offended the Liu King's mansion, one of the top powers in the imperial capital. Soon, a series of footsteps sounded. Luo Hongwa's body stiffened. The customers who were still in the tea house looked towards the staircase, and they saw three old men walking up in a single file. It's the elders of the Meng clan's enforcement hall. These three elders don't show themselves all year round. They've always been in closed-door cultivation in order to break through the shackles of the mysterious immortal realm and advance to the primordial immortal realm. Why are they here today? Many natives of the imperial capital put down their teacups and looked curiously at the three old men. Because they lived in the imperial capital all year round, they had a good understanding of almost every great clan and sect. As the three great elders of the Meng clan's enforcement hall, the three old men were rather famous in the imperial capital. There were only 9 elders at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm in the Meng clan, and all of them held positions in the enforcement hall. Usually, when there were matters that the subordinates couldn't handle, the elders of the enforcement hall would come forward to deal with them. Seniors, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. The tea house manager appeared out of nowhere and jogged to the three of them before bowing respectfully. At the same time, many customers stood up and bowed to the three of them, addressing them as seniors. The three of them ignored them, and their gazes swept past everyone's faces before finally landing on Ning Qi. The elders of the Meng clan? Are they here for him as well? Luo Hongua looked at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. It's him. The perfection stage mysterious immortal in the lead nodded to the two beside him. Just when they were about to make a move, a series of footsteps sounded from behind them. They saw Shirley leading the 5th elder and the others up the staircase. Seeing that Ning Qi and the others were still in the tea house, Shirley heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of resentment. The 5th elder of the Liu King's residence and the others are here as well. Oh, it's going to be a little lively. The expressions of everyone in the tea house changed slightly. They were prepared to retreat at any time, lest the innocents were implicated when the perfection stage mysterious immortals fought. What are you doing here? The 5th elder looked at the 3 elders of the Meng clan and frowned. Someone killed a cultivator of the Meng clan. We're here to collect the debt. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the leader said calmly, "Oh, what a coincidence! Someone killed the eldest young master of the Liu King's residence too. I'm here to collect the debt as well." The 5th elder's eyes flickered. In the next moment, both parties looked at Ning Qi. "Just the few of you mysterious immortals? No Tai?" Ning Qi put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "Tai, judging from your aura, you're only a perfection stage mysterious immortal. If you were a Tai, I'm afraid you would have wet your pants." How arrogant! The 5th elder sneered. As he spoke, he looked at the corpse beside Ning Qi's feet. Although the corpse's head had exploded, judging from the figure and attire, it was the eldest young master of the Liu King's residence. The eldest young master of the Liu King's residence was killed? The 3 elders of the Meng clan looked at each other. It seemed like the grudge between the Liu King's residence and the other party had deepened. "The 3 of you should just watch the show today. Our Liu King's residence wants this person." Chapter 2957. The 5th elder, who was still talking and brimming with vitality, turned into a corpse in a blink of an eye. Even the other 4 perfect stage abstruse immortals lost their heads. This scene instantly caused the atmosphere in the tea house to become extremely cold. Even the air seemed to be frozen. What's going on? How did they die? They're perfect stage abstruse immortals. They're not Tom, Dick, or Harry, but they died just like that? Did you see it clearly? Who did it? It seems to be him. One of the customers glanced at Ning Chi vaguely, but did not dare to look closely. He was afraid that he would accidentally meet Ning Chi's eyes and lose his life. The 5th elder? Shirley was dumbfounded. Then his heart was filled with fear. He twisted his neck stiffly and looked at Ning Chi. What was this guy's background? Tai? Besides Tai, who else could kill 5 perfect stage abstruse immortals so easily? He couldn't even see his movements clearly. What kind of existence did he offend? Senior is so strong. The Yuching sect disciples looked at Ning Chi with shining eyes. Even Kong Wen could not help but look at him. A trace of astonishment flashed in Luo Hongwa's eyes. Then his expression gradually relaxed. He was no longer as nervous as before. He even took a sip of tea. You. It's you. The 3 perfect stage abstruse immortals from the Meng family suddenly reacted. The leader pointed at a stunned customer and said fiercely, "Did you kill someone from the Meng family?" Huh? What? No, seniors, you've misunderstood. I cut the crap. Bang, bang, bang. The innocent customer was knocked unconscious. The 3 Meng family elders cupped their hands at Ning Chi. The leader smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry to disturb you." With that, they quickly left the tea house with the unconscious tea guest. The owner of the tea house, the other customers, and the disciples of Yuching School were all stunned by the scene that just happened. The other party was obviously here to cause trouble for Ning Chi. In the end, after the perfect stage abstruse immortal from the Liu King's mansion died, they actually shamelessly retreated just like that. Come here. Ning Chi beckoned to Shirley. Shirley lowered his head as if he was prepared and walked in front of Ning Chi. Pa! His body flew up again and smashed through another wall. This time he did not fall on the street. Instead, he flew out of everyone's sight and disappeared into the horizon. Many customers subconsciously swallowed their saliva, feeling that Shirley might not be able to survive such a huge force. There shouldn't be any more trouble after this. Senior brother, you go and settle down these Marshall nephews first. I have something to do and have to leave. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, just crush this jade slip. Ning Chi transmitted his voice to Kong Wen and handed a jade slip to Kong Wen. Inside the jade slip was a wisp of Ning Chi's divine sense. As long as there was danger, Kong Wen could crush this jade slip and Ning Chi could rush over at any time. Then Ning Chi grabbed Luo Hongwa's body and flew out from the broken wall. Senior, where are you taking me? As Luo Hongwa was grabbed by Ning Chi, he was unable to move his body. His face immediately revealed a look of horror. Lead the way to the place where we picked up the puppet, Ning Chi said coldly. Oh, that's it. All right, Senior, please follow me. Luo Hongwa thought that Ning Chi was going to harm him. When he saw that Ning Chi was only asking him to lead the way, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Not long after, Luo Hongwa brought Ning Chi to the western part of the imperial capital. Several hours later, there were fewer and fewer passers-by. The two were walking towards the most barren part of the western part of the city. This could be considered the suburbs. The buildings here were not as luxurious as before, and the passers-by on the road did not have a high cultivation base. Senior, this is the place. I picked up the puppet here. Luo Hongwa brought Ning Chi to a courtyard and pointed to the side of the wall. Ning Chi's nose twitched slightly and his eyes flashed. He smelled a faint fragrance. This smell was the same as on Fong Lingming's body. Only little Hao Tian could obtain the fragrance that Fong Lingming used. In other words, Luo Hongwa did not lie. Little Hao Tian had indeed appeared here before. Moreover, She had cleverly left a trace that could be traced. Luo Hongwa, you're back again? Did you manage to sell that trash puppet? A few strong men happened to pass by. One of them saw Luo Hongwa and immediately teased him. Shut up. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, Luo Hongwa replied subconsciously. When he finished speaking, he suddenly glanced at the man, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then he thought, with Ning Qi by his side, what was there for him to be afraid of? The man was a rather famous tyrant in the western part of the city. Among the hundreds of markets in the western part of the city, he controlled a small market with a decent flow of people. Luo Hongwa had stayed in his market for a while before. Yo, Luo Hongwa, you've gotten a lot bolder recently. Did you find someone to back you up? The strong man was slightly startled, but then he smiled and glanced at Ning Qi. In the end, he found that he could not see through Ning Qi's cultivation. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Ning Qi grabbed Luo Hongwa and was about to leave. The traces left by little Hao Tian were already very faint. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that the traces would disappear. Brother, let's get to know each other. I am Rodi Fei of the western part of the city. The strong man suddenly stepped forward and stopped Ning Qi. Brother, you look very unfamiliar. You must have just arrived in the imperial capital. What do you want? Ning Qi frowned. Brother, this Luo Hongwa is just a hooligan. Hand him over to me, and we'll make friends. How about that? Rodi Fei smiled. Senior. Luo Hongwa quickly looked at Ning Qi. Who do you think you are to make friends with me? Ning Qi snorted coldly. He grabbed Luo Hongwa's shoulder and was about to go around Rodi Fei. Rodi Fei's expression changed. Even a fool could hear the disdain in Ning Qi's words. Seeing his subordinates looking at him, he felt that if he did not get an explanation today, it would be difficult for him to lead the team in the future. Therefore, he made the most regretful decision of his life. A flying sword flew out of his mouth and shot toward the back of Ning Qi's head. It flew out and shot toward the back of Ning Qi's head. It was a killing move. Whoosh! Ning Qi caught the flying sword with one hand. Rodi Fei was stunned. The next moment, the flying sword was directly crushed by Ning Qi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Ning Qi kicked Luo Difei's dantian. Luo Difei's body flew out uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. Ning Qi did not look at him and quickly left with Luo Hongwa. Boss! Rodi Fei's subordinates ran toward him. Chapter 2958. His cultivation base has been destroyed. Rodify's subordinates looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Then they directly reached out and pressed on Rodify's dantian, which had been severely injured by Ning Qi. Regardless of Rodify's pain, they sent in a wisp of immortal qi to check and found that Rodify's dantian was indeed broken. In this state, he probably had no hope of ever cultivating again. Hiss! What are you doing? Rodi sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at his subordinates in disbelief. Boss, since your cultivation base has been destroyed, we'll take over the marketplace. Alas, the imperial capital has always been chaotic, and there have been many masters and mighty figures, especially in the past 200 or 300 years. Why did you offend them for no reason? Now you've suffered, haven't you? Let's go. The few of them stood up and looked at Rodify with pity. After that, they shook their heads and quickly left. Rodify stared at their backs in a daze and opened his mouth. After a dozen breaths, he roared, "You ingrates will die a horrible death!" Ning Qi and Luo Hongwa followed the trail left by little Haoqian and soon left the imperial capital through the western gate. A month later, Ning Qi and Luo Hongwa appeared in front of a mountain shrouded in black mist. Luo Hongwa hurriedly said, "Senior, this is the Nether Ruins mountain range, the cultivation place of the Demon Kings of the Nether Ruins. You can't enter without permission." Demon Kings of the Nether Ruins? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't seem to know who the demon kings of the Nether Ruins were, Luo Hongwa hurriedly explained, "Senior, there used to be a saying in the Langya immortal domain. 1 sovereign, 5 lords, and 36 kings. Emperor represented the Langya immortal emperor. June represented the 5 immortal monarchs. And these 36 kings represented the 36 great circle, primordial immortal king existences. 13 of them were from the demon race, and were also known as demon kings. Although in the past 200 years, because of the appearance of the Tiandao clan, the heavenly Dao rankings had undergone a great change, and the demon kings who could once be ranked on the heavenly Dao rankings had long since become nameless, their strength was still very strong. There's not much difference. No matter how strong they are, they're just primordial unity immortals." Ning Qi snorted. He paused for a moment. "You said that the heavenly Dao rankings had a huge change. What's going on?" It had already been many years since Ning Qi had checked the heavenly Dao ranking in the immortal monarch token. Suddenly hearing Luo Hongwa's words, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. At the same time, because the traces left behind by little Hao Tian had been cut off, Ning Qi had to be more cautious. After all, he was facing a former ancient, immortal third-step powerhouse that even the 4 ancient transformations could not suppress together. "Senior doesn't know?" Luo Hongwa was slightly startled. He then hurriedly said, "Back then, after Ning Beixian was listed as a wanted fugitive, the heavenly Dao clans appeared one after another. From that day onwards, the positions on the heavenly Dao rankings were all messed up. In the past, there was only the Langyo Immortal Emperor on the Immortal Emperor rankings. But now, the number 1 ranker on the Immortal Emperor rankings is surnamed Jiang, Spirit Ascension. After him are the Heavenly Dao Clan's Immortal Emperors. Langyo Immortal Emperor is ranked 136th. When Ning Qi heard this, he waved his hand to signal Luo Hongwa to shut up. He took out the Immortal Monarch token, and his spiritual perception instantly entered it. He appeared in an empty universe. In front of him was the Heavenly Dao rankings that was flickering with golden light. Just like what Luo Hongwa said, all the names that Ning Qi was familiar with on the Heavenly Dao rankings had completely disappeared. On the first row of the Immortal Emperor rankings, the number 1 was Jiang Tongshin, the number 2 was Ji Hongyu, and the number 3 was Lu Yan. Only at the 136th rank did he see the Langya Immortal Emperor. After that, it was the Immortal Emperors of the 9 great clans. When it came to the Immortal Monarch rankings, Mo Xie used to be the first ranker. But now, the top 9 were all disciples of the Heavenly Dao clan. Mo Xie was ranked 10th. Bai Di, who used to be ranked rather high, had fallen below the 300th rank of the Immortal Monarch rankings. The Tai True Immortal rankings were the same as the first 2, filled with the surnames of the 9 great clans. Dominating the rankings, the Heavenly Dao rankings were completely occupied by the 9 great clans. Ning Qi's expression was slightly solemn. Previously, the 9 great clans had been acting in a low-profile manner. They seemed to want to slowly wait for the ancient immortal clans' methods to appear before brazenly suppressing them. But now it was probably because King Qingguang and Zhu Ganglai, the 2 famous almighties of the ancient immortal clan, had escaped. The Heavenly Dao clan strategy had instantly changed from being low-profile to acting in a high-profile manner. Mysterious immortal rankings. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He saw his name on the Mysterious Immortal rankings. It was firmly standing at the top. Mysterious Immortal rankings, first ranker, Ning Beixian. Wasn't his name removed from the Heavenly Dao rankings? Why did it appear again? In this case, as long as he advanced in the future, he would be discovered by others. Ning Qi's spiritual will moved slightly and left the Immortal Lord token. There was no need for him to continue looking at the following names. Even if it was the second ranker on the Mysterious Immortal rankings, he was not in the mood to know who it was. Although the other party was only ranked second, Ning Qi knew that the gap between them was far greater than 108,000. Ning Qi was not afraid of even the top 10 fellows on the Tai True Immortal rankings. With his current strength, he could be said to be the strongest person below the Immortal Lords. As for the perfected Golden Immortal rankings, and Heaven Immortal rankings, Ning Qi was even less interested in them. Ever since Ning Qi took out the Immortal Lord token, Luo Hongwa's eyes were fixed on it. You recognize this item? Ning Qi looked at Luo Hongwa indifferently. Normally, even some Tai immortals might not recognize the Immortal Lord token. After all, it was an item from before the Great War of Immortals and Demons. There were not many Immortal Lords in the world who had such an item. I recognize it. I really did not expect that Senior is an Immortal Lord. Luo Hongwa swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Apart from fear, there was also a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. Immortal Lord? Ning Qi smiled and did not explain. Instead, he asked, logically speaking, you're just an early-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How can you recognize this item? To be honest, I'm a disciple of the White Emperor. My master is the disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord. Luo Hongwa smiled awkwardly. Patriarch White Emperor also has an Immortal Lord token. I was fortunate enough to see it. You're the grand disciple of the White Emperor? Who's your master? Xianyuan Zhongtian? Ning Qi was a little surprised. He looked at Luo Hongwa's attributes, and it did not show that he was a disciple of the White Emperor. Yes, Luo Hongwa nodded. You're lying, Ning Qi said faintly. In the next moment, a suffocating killing intent swept out from Ning Qi's body and shrouded Luo Hongwa. Luo Hongwa felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt his body turn cold and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. You have a chance. You can choose to tell me the truth now. If I'm not satisfied, you'll die. If you lie, you'll die. Say what? Chapter 2959. Actually, Luo Hongwa hesitated for a moment and said slowly, I really am a disciple of White Emperor Immortal Emperor. But my master is not Uncle Master Xianyuan Zhongtian, but his junior brother, after a while. Ning Qi looked at Luo Hongwa with an increasingly strange expression. Just as Luo Hongwa was about to spit out saliva, Ning Qi interrupted him. You built the All Heavens Network? Are you the coder who ascended from Earth to the Immortal Realm? What? Luo Hongwa looked at Ning Qi blankly. How do you know about Earth? You coming to the Immortal Realm might have something to do with me, Ning Qi said lightly. Luo Hongwa's face gradually revealed a trace of shock, and he suddenly cried out involuntarily, Are you the one who caused the strange phenomena on Earth? We were brought to the legendary Immortal Realm because of you. Are you also an Earthling? It's just a little bit related. Those strange phenomena back then might have been set up by the great powers of ancient times. Ning Qi smiled and said. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at Luo Hongwa up and down again. This guy is a talent. He came to the Immortal Realm as a mortal, and not only made the All Heaven Talisman, but also built the All Heavens Network. Ning Qi had long discovered that the All Heaven Talisman seemed to have become more and more popular in the past 200 years. In the past, only aristocratic families and geniuses could have them, but now ordinary cultivators could often see them in their hands. In addition, Li Xian's aptitude was so high, but now she was still stuck at the peak of Sky Immortal Realm, perhaps about to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. But Luo Hongwa had reached the early stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. His cultivation speed was much faster than Li Xian's, but his aptitude seemed to be inferior to Li Xian's. Obviously, he used the All Heaven Talisman to get a lot of cultivation resources. If you made the All Heaven Talisman, why do you need to set up a stall in the imperial capital? Do you really lack cultivation resources? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, raising the most obvious doubt. If Luo Hongwa couldn't answer, it meant that he might still be bragging and lying. Actually, I was expelled from the sect, and all my belongings were taken away by Master. If I don't set up a stall, how can I survive Luo Hongwa's eyes flickered. Fellow countrymen, since we are both from Earth, I will not beat around the bush. I will give you one more chance. You can choose to speak the truth now. If you continue to beat around the bush, I will send you on your way. Ningqi smiled. Senior, Luo Hongwa seemed to want to say a few more words, but he suddenly saw a trace of genuine killing intent in Ningqi's eyes. It seemed that if he did not tell the truth, Ningqi would really kill him. Thinking of this, Luo Hongwa took a deep breath, and the fear on his face gradually dissipated. Well, to tell you the truth, when I was on Earth, I had a pendant with me. It was the same as the Celestial Lord's token in your hand. My pendant was also a Celestial Lord's token. As for which era it was inherited, I don't know. I didn't get it until I broke through to the human celestial stage. Discover its profoundness. Luo Hongwa said slowly. Later, I persuaded Master to use his Tai method to build All Heavens Network, which was different from the medium on Earth. My All Heavens Network was transmitted by the Celestial Qi. With the All Heavens Network, I invented the All Heavens Talisman, which was similar to a smartphone. However, I accidentally discovered a big secret which involved a lot of people. It was also because of this that Master wanted to kill me. I spent a great deal of effort to create the illusion that I had died in an accident. I didn't even bring all the cultivation resources that I had obtained with the All Heaven Talisman. Here. So it was not true that you were expelled from the sect, and you faked your death to escape. Ningqi said calmly. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Luo Hongwa's face, and he nodded. What on earth is the secret that made your master want to kill you? Ningqi was quite curious. Authority. The authority of the All Heavens Network. Originally, it was just a shared network. Although I was the one who invented it, due to the uniqueness of the immortal realm and the fact that it relied on celestial qi as a medium, I couldn't tamper with it, even though I was the inventor. My authority was limited to maintenance and fixing some loopholes. However, when I was fixing a loophole, I accidentally discovered a big secret. Luo Hongwa closed his mouth at this point. Why don't you continue? Ningqi said calmly. You have to agree to a request of mine. Not only will I continue, but I will also give you a great fortune. Luo Hongwa said in a deep voice. A great fortune. The corner of Ningqi's mouth curled up, a trace of disdain in his eyes. You're already in this state, and you still want to give me a great fortune? Do you think I'm stupid, or are you? Believe me, Luo Hongwa saw the disdain on Ningqi's face, as if his authority was being questioned. A trace of anger appeared on his face, as if he was no longer afraid of Ningqi's means. Tell me what you want. Ningqi smiled. Send me back to Earth. Luo Hongwa looked straight at Ningqi. No. Ningqi shook his head decisively. Why? Earth is my home. Why can't you send me back? The fact that you were able to go to Earth means that you know the way back. Luo Hongwa looked a little agitated. With your current cultivation base, won't you be invincible when you return to Earth? When that time comes, will anyone be able to stop you when you commit murder and arson? If you want to go back, that's fine. I'll cripple your cultivation base and return to Earth to be immortal. What do you think? Ningqi snorted coldly. Fine. Since you won't agree to this request, I'll change it to something else. My master's background is very mysterious. His cultivation base isn't like the primordial unity on the surface. He's very likely to be an immortal lord. So, sooner or later, he'll find out that I'm not dead. If you can guarantee my survival, I'll tell you that big secret. Luo Hongwa said in a deep voice, This request, I'm afraid I can't agree to it. To be honest, an immortal lord is not someone I can deal with now. Ningqi said lightly. Luo Hongwa's expression relaxed. It's fine. Even if you can't deal with him now, you'll be able to in the future. My master probably won't find out that I'm still alive so soon. You can be considered to have some integrity by not agreeing to it right away. Just give me a guarantee. I can promise you that I'll do my best to protect you. But if your big secret isn't worth anything to me, this deal is off. You can tell me now. Chapter 2960. The immortal Lord Token had been refined into the All-Heaven Talisman. Luo Honggua's words startled Ning Qi. I only discovered this by accident. Back then, I programmed my immortal Lord Token to have the function of the All-Heaven Talisman. It can freely enter the All-Heaven network and easily look up a person's detailed information. As long as a cultivator uses the All-Heaven Talisman, they will have nowhere to hide from you. Luohan Highway. Freely travel to the All-Heavens network. You know about the computers on Earth, right? To put it simply, you can follow the network cable. As long as you don't like someone, you can directly use your authority to lock onto their location and use the All-Heaven Talisman's descend technique to directly go there. Whether it's used for escape or pursuit, it has miraculous effects. At the same time, you can also intercept other people's goods in the middle of a transaction. However, I've never done such a thing before. It's easy for the All-Heaven Talisman's reputation to drop after it happens once or twice, and the number of users will decrease. Luo Hongwa said in a low voice. Ning Qi's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he slowly nodded. If what you said is true, then this secret is indeed valuable. What about the All-Heaven Talisman refined from the immortal Lord Token? Show it to me. It was taken by my master. I left it behind in order to fake my death. However, my master can't use it for now unless he can forcefully crack the password I set on it. Luo Hongwa shook his head. You left such a good thing behind just to fake your death. Is your master going to kill you just because of this secret? Aren't you the one who built the All-Heavens network? Ning Qi's eyes were slightly strange. If I hadn't sensed his killing intent first, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. If I knew Master was such a person, I wouldn't have told him the secret I discovered. Luo Hongwa sighed. I'll verify the truth of this matter after I'm done with my business. I hope you're not lying, Ning Qi said indifferently. Then he grabbed Luo Hongwa and flew in a certain direction in the Nether Ruins mountain range. As he spoke with Luo Hongwa, Ning Qi's divine sense finally caught a trace left behind by little Hao Tian. The Nether Ruins mountain range was huge. The two flew for half a day, but still didn't see any trace of little Hao Tian. Instead, they saw a few familiar faces. Someone's coming. Ji Xingyuan, Ji Longyue, and the other profound immortal prodigies of the heavenly Dao family all looked up at Ning Qi and Luo Hongwa. In the middle of them, there was an immortal herb that seemed to be on the verge of taking form. Its lower body was still growing in the soil, but its upper body was constantly struggling on the ground, fighting against the attacks of Ji Xingyuan and the others. Just a grand Luo and a mystic immortal. Everyone's eyes swept over Ning Qi and Zhang Xian, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Have you seen enough? Ji Xingyuan's voice was cold. One of his hands released immortal flames to refine the transformation celestial grass, while the other struck towards Ning Qi. The surging power of the great Tao stirred up the heavens and earth, condensing all the immortal qi in the surroundings, forming a huge palm print. It looked like it was going to directly slap Ning Qi and Luo Hongwa to death. Pooh! There was a soft sound. Ning Qi merely flicked his finger and dissolved Ji Xingyuan's attack. When the profound immortal prodigies of the heavenly Dao family saw this, a trace of shock flashed through their eyes. Then, their expressions gradually turned solemn. If it was a few hundred years ago, they might have been shocked that the central planet would have such prodigies. But because of the emergence of the heavenly Dao family, the central planet had gathered all sorts of outstanding prodigies in the past few hundred years. It was just that most of these people were from the heavenly Dao family. Only a few of them were too monstrous, and even many of the prodigies of the heavenly Dao family could not compare to them. So you're in the top 10 of the profound immortal leaderboard. I'm Ji Xingyuan, and we're all prodigies of the heavenly Tao family. If there's nothing else, please leave quickly." Ji Xingyuan snorted coldly with an ugly expression after his attack failed. Heavenly Tao family? Luo Hongwa's expression changed, and he hurriedly transmitted to Ning Qi, "Senior, let's leave first. Now that the Heavenly Tao Alliance is at its peak and is the ruler of the entire immortal world. Even Langya Immortal Emperor is just a pawn. We can't afford to offend him. What's wrong with the Heavenly Tao family?" Ning Qi smiled at Luo Hongwa, and then his gaze landed on Ji Xingyuan and the others. "You attacked without a word, and now you want me to leave after losing? What kind of bandit logic is this?" "Oh." Ji Xingyuan and the others were somewhat surprised. "Didn't you hear just now? We're the prodigies of the Heavenly Tao family." Ji Longyue frowned. In this world, was there anyone who wasn't afraid of this signboard? If it wasn't a lunatic, then it was, wait. Perhaps everyone thought of something at the same time, and their faces suddenly revealed a trace of shock. Could it be that this guy before them was an ancient immortal? If it was a few hundred years ago, they definitely wouldn't have made such a guess. But in these few hundred years, with the change in the upper echelon's policies and the escape of the two ancient immortals, many people already believed that many ancient immortals were secretly coming out to fight the Heavenly Tao family again. Thinking about how Ning Qi had easily neutralized Ji Xingyuan's attack, even if Ji Xingyuan had only used 50% to 60% of his strength, it was still not something an ordinary profound immortal could do. It was very sudden. A figure appeared in the field. He stood right in between Ning Qi and Ji Xingyuan's group, cutting off their gazes and causing them to look at this person. This was a handsome scholar with a very gentle aura. But when Ji Xingyuan and the others saw this person, their faces immediately turned deathly pale. As for Ning Qi, his eyes also moved slightly. A trace of almost imperceptible killing intent quietly gathered in the depths of his eyes. His divine consciousness locked onto the demon ancestor's heart in the spatial bag. Ning Yi had been crippled and how Tian had been captured. This time he no longer planned to be afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in the imperial capital previously. He had gone on a killing spree and directly attacked two of the top local forces, a 5 ancient Yuan gathering grass. What a good thing! Zhu Ganglai looked at the immortal grass that was struggling on the ground and was about to take form. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Everyone could see a faint trace of joy in his eyes. The next moment, Zhu Ganglai gently waved his hand, and the immortal flames released by everyone were instantly extinguished. The immortal grass was also uprooted and flew in front of Zhu Ganglai. Ji Xingyuan and the others didn't dare to make a sound. They stood stiffly on the spot. Chapter 2961. Given another 5 ancient years, it would become a natural third-step cultivator? This so-called essence, gathering grass, had such a powerful origin? Ji Xingyuan and the others looked at each other with a hint of regret in their eyes. They had long sensed that this immortal herb was not simple, but they hadn't expected it to have such a terrifying origin. If it could really become a third-step cultivator after 5 ancient realms, then how powerful would it be now? Even in the Tiandao family, an immortal herb of 5 ancient years was extremely rare. Unfortunately, they were too late, and it was snatched away by an almighty, like Zhu Ganglai. Phew, although the immortal herb is gone, at least we're alive. After Zhu Ganglai left, Ji Longyue let out a long sigh, feeling as if she had just survived a disaster. Back on planet Kunlun, they had seen Zhu Ganglai suppress the 4 ancient ancestors. His strength was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. I didn't expect him to be on the central planet. He seems to be hiding in the Nether Ruin mountain range, preparing to refine pills to recover his cultivation. We have to report this news as soon as possible. It just so happens that this big shot is in the imperial capital. With him taking action, he definitely won't be able to escape. Someone said with a serious expression, "Before that, let's kill him first. If it weren't for him, perhaps we would have refined that immortal herb long ago." Ji Xingyuan's cold gaze fell on Ning Qi. Ning Qi didn't look at them. Instead, he looked in the direction that Zhu Ganglai had left. He had sensed something unusual from Zhu Ganglia's mutterings. Using this 5 ancient essence gathering grass as medicine, the essence gathering grass itself could probably be used as the main ingredient, and it was so old. What kind of pill would Zhu Ganglai refine to use it as medicine? For some reason, a trace of a bad premonition arose in Ning Qi's heart. "Senior, watch out." Luo Hongua suddenly said urgently. Ji Xingyuan and the others had already joined forces to attack Ning Qi. The overwhelming immortal techniques made Luo Hongua feel as if he was standing on the edge of death. Most importantly, he realized that Ning Qi seemed to be distracted, thinking about something else. Bang, bang, bang. He casually threw a few punches. Every punch could blow up a heavenly Dao family's genius. In the blink of an eye, only Ji Xingyuan and Ji Longyue were still alive. However, their immortal arts had been shattered by Ning Qi's fists. At this point, Ning Qi slowly turned his head and looked at Ji Xingyuan and Ji Longyue, who were in disbelief. "I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Today you've come looking for me. You've really saved me a lot of hard work." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ji Xingyuan and Ji Longyue's bodies stiffened again. Ning Qi's punches just now had actually blown up and killed the prodigies of the other clans, whose cultivation was similar to theirs. This kind of strength was truly beyond their expectations. With such strength, he was definitely in existence in the top 10 of the mysterious immortal rankings. Not only that, he wasn't an ordinary existence in the top 10. Right now, the rankers ranked 2nd to 10th on the Heavenly Dao rankings were all geniuses from the Heavenly Dao clans. They had met each other before and were acquainted with each other in private. Based on this deduction, there was only one possibility. "You are the traitor, Ning Beixian." Ji Xingyuan's pupils constricted. "It's too late to know now." Ning Qi laughed and stepped forward to grab Ji Xingyuan. "I'll stop him." Ji Longyue, hurry up and send a message. Ji Xingyuan roared. "Puchi!" Ji Xingyuan's head was directly crushed by Ning Qi, and his soul was instantly destroyed. At this moment, Ji Longyue took out the All-Heaven Talisman in a panic, as if she was about to send a message. However, when she realized that Ji Xingyuan couldn't even buy a breath of time, her hand froze. This was because Ning Qi's aura had completely locked onto her. She felt that if she moved, she would be killed on the spot. "Ning Beixian, don't kill me. No matter what, you are the disciple of the mystic spirit patriarch, and we are all disciples of the Ji clan." Ji Longyue's face revealed a trace of a pleading expression. "Uft! You're so ruthless." Ji Longyue spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Qi's palm had pierced through her chest and crushed her heart. In the next second, Ning Qi's palm shook and her soul was shattered. She died completely. "Let's go." Ning Qi glanced at Luo Hongua and walked in the direction that Zhu Ganglai had left. "He's Ning Beixian? No wonder his strength is so terrifying." Luo Hongua thought in shock as he followed Ning Qi. However, his gaze was somewhat complicated. "I clearly sensed the birth of a spiritual item just now. Why did its aura disappear?" After Ning Qi and Luo Hongua walked far away, a few figures flew over. One of them was the leader of Ning Qi's group during the Heavenly Law trial, the early-stage immortal Lord Jiang Haitao. Other than Jiang Haitao, there were 2 other early-stage immortal lords, from the insignia on their robes. One of them was from the Meng clan, and the other was from the Su clan. I sensed it too. The Su clan's immortal lord looked around as he spoke. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a few corpses below. His expression changed drastically as he moved and appeared beside the corpses. Seeing this, Jiang Haitao and the Meng clan's immortal lord followed. "Someone attacked the disciples of our Heavenly Law clan." Jiang Haitao's expression darkened as he looked at the corpses. "It's probably because of that spiritual item. There's still a trace of aura here, but it's been dug out very thoroughly. If it wasn't as close as it is now, even we wouldn't have been able to detect it. The Meng clan's immortal lord walked to the side of a pit and said coldly, there was no one from the Meng clan among the dead, so his expression was slightly better than Jiang Haitao's and the Su clan's immortal lords. His attention was focused on the pit in front of him, and he closed his eyes to sense the trace of aura left within. Find it. The person who stole the spiritual item must be the culprit. Since he dared to attack the disciples of our Heavenly Law clan, he must be tired of living. If we capture him, we'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Jiang Haitao snorted coldly. In the depths of the Nether Ruins mountain range, there was a mountain shrouded in black mist all year round. On this mountain was the cave residence of the Nether Ruins Demon King. On the central planet, even the other Demon Kings didn't know what the Nether Ruins Demon King's true form was. They only knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Back when the Heavenly Law clan hadn't been born, he was already ranked in the top 5 on the Tai True Immortal leaderboard. But at this moment, the Nether Ruins Demon King, who was more than 10 feet tall, was respectfully welcoming Zhu Ganglai. Senior, the Nether Ruins Demon King greeted respectfully. He was followed by a group of demonic beasts from the Nether Ruin mountain range. They were all his subordinates, and they were all extremely respectful towards Zhu Ganglai. There was even a hint of fear in their eyes. What a nice smell! All the demons' noses suddenly twitched, and they subconsciously looked towards Zhu Ganglia's hand. A trace of greed flashed across their eyes. Although they didn't recognize what kind of immortal herb that was, they could tell from the smell that consuming it would definitely increase their cultivation greatly. There are 2 ants behind me. Go and take care of them for me. Chapter 2962. Phew, it's so hot. Little Haoyan let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Zhu Ganglai. Uncle Scoundrel, you've been burning me for so long. Can you let me go? Dad and Mom will be very worried if I disappear. Zhu Ganglia's face turned ashen. He walked up to little Haoyan without a word and rubbed his hands together. The immortal herb that was about to take shape didn't even have time to scream before it was crushed into powder and thrown into the pot. Zhu Ganglai then formed a hand seal, and the immortal flames at the bottom of the pot roared. It completely covered the top of the pot and engulfed little Haoyan. Gurgle! The soup in the pot had been boiled to a pale gold color. After the temperature suddenly rose, it kept bubbling and became more and more boiling. Right at this moment, little Haoyan sighed softly. He fished out a small white towel from the bottom of the pot and wrung it fiercely. Then he wiped the sweat off his face and placed the towel on his forehead. He leaned against the side of the pot and slowly closed his eyes, revealing a trace of a smile on his face. Enjoyment. Humph! Zhu Ganglai snorted coldly. He'd placed countless heavenly treasures in the pot, each of them enough to make great emperors scramble to get their hands on them. He'd originally planned to use these herbs with Ning Haotian and refine them into a pill that could restore his cultivation. But no matter what he did these past few years, he couldn't refine Ning Haotian in the slightest. Instead, Ning Haotian absorbed the essence of the soup into his body. His cultivation didn't change, but the essence settled in Ning Haotian's foundation. He absorb it. Since I can't refine you, I'll turn you into a human pill. When I swallow it, I'll recover 50% of my strength. The corners of Zhu Ganglia's mouth suddenly rose as he sneered at Ning Haotian. Although Ning Haotian's eyes were closed, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Ganglai, saying seriously, "My meat doesn't taste good, it's sour." If the Jade Emperor's meat doesn't taste good, then who else in this world does? Could it be that idiot golden cicada? Although you are only a reincarnation now, and your body is not as strong as before, at least you can help me recover some of my cultivation. Next, I will go and get those old acquaintances of mine one by one. Find them and eat them all. The 4th step isn't too far off for me. When the time comes, I'll be able to lead the ancient immortal race to defeat the heavenly Tao family and become the strongest in this world. I'll be able to head to the divine Luo world. Zhu Ganglai chuckled, his smile becoming more and more sinister. I heard that the old lord is suppressed on the central planet. When I recover 50% of my power, the first thing I'll eat is him. He's taken so many pills in his life that I can definitely recover to my peak strength. Zhu Gonglia's saliva almost dripped down. Ning Haotian asked doubtfully, Jade Emperor? I'm not the Jade Emperor. You've got the wrong person. Haha, although I don't know how you managed to reincarnate right under Jiang Tianchu's nose, I recognized the scent on your body the moment I laid eyes on you. Don't try to quibble. Just stay here. That origin gathering grass from before will increase your foundation by several times. Soon, when I find a dozen more spiritual items, it'll be time for me to eat you alive. Zhu Ganglai laughed coldly and performed another hand seal. The immortal flame under the pot increased by a few times. The golden soup kept rolling, and the medicinal power inside entered Ning Haotian's body through millions of pores. Fusing with her blood, bones, and cells, Ning Haotian's little face instantly turned red, and her eyes revealed a hint of discomfort. When she thought about how Ning Yi had been destroyed and how she had been cooked in the pot, and how she might never see Ning Qi and Fang Liming again, Ning Haotian couldn't help but cry in the next second. Senior, this is the Demon King's cave abode. Is the person you're looking for inside? Luo Hongua and Ning Qi stood in midair. Not far in front of the two of them, there was a mountain shrouded in thick black fog. The two of them were dozens of miles away, but they could clearly feel the majestic, demonic qi from the mountain. Suddenly, Ning Qi's ears twitched. He seemed to hear little Haotian's voice. Is she crying? How dare you, Aunt? Don't you know whose cave abode this is? Are you blind to dare come to my ruin, Nether Mountain Range? An angry roar sounded. Then the Demon King of the ruin Nether came with a group of subordinates, surrounding Ning Qi and Luo Hongua. The Demon King of the ruin Nether gave off the aura of a perfected Tai True immortal. At this level, he was recognized as one of the top figures in the immortal world. Usually, no one could kill him unless they were immortal lords. The Demon King of the ruin Nether was one of the 36 kings. His strength must belong to the top of the pyramid of the immortal world. Not only that, but there were also 3 Tai True immortals among the group of subordinates he brought with him. Their strength ranged from early stage to late stage. Ashoka Manor was a top force, but its manor lord was only a late-stage Tai True immortal. Compared to this Demon King of the ruined Nether, he was worlds apart. Is there a little girl this big in there? Ning Qi pointed to the mountain behind the Demon King of the ruined Nether and gestured. The Demon King of the ruined Nether was slightly taken aback. He knew that there was a little girl cooking there. Could it be that this mystic, immortal, perfected fellow was here for this little girl? Looks like it. Ning Qi looked at the Demon King of the ruined Nether coldly and said, Today all of you will die. How arrogant. What a joke. Boss, leave him to me. An early-stage, primordial, immortal demon sneered. Just as he was about to attack Ning Qi, a bloody wound appeared on his forehead. His life force faded away in a flash, and he turned into a corpse that fell to the ground. It's really him. Luo Hongua was even more certain of Ning Qi's identity. Old Fourth, the Demon King of the ruined Nether, and the other 2 Tai True immortals stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The other demons behind them were also shocked. Their 4th cave master, a powerful existence with early-stage Tai True immortal cultivation, was killed by a single sword strike. Who the hell are you? The Demon King of the ruined Nether's eyes grew solemn. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a wound appeared on his forehead. Before the heavenly Tao clan had appeared in the world, the Demon King of the ruins underworld, who was so famous that ordinary immortals didn't even dare to take a single step into the Nether Ruins mountain range, had mysteriously died. Chapter 2963. After the Demon King of the Ruins Underworld's corpse landed on the ground, it suddenly began to change dramatically. Its body kept expanding until it finally became a pig covered in black fur. So the Demon King of the Ruins Underworld is a pig demon. Luo Hongguo was dumbfounded. He was not the only one shocked. Even the two Tai demons who had not forgotten to look back saw it, and their eyes flashed with astonishment. However, they didn't dare to look closely. They just wanted to flee in Zhu Gonglia's direction. They didn't have any confidence in Ning Qi's methods. Only by hiding behind Zhu Ganglai could they feel some sense of security. They even ignored the screams of their subordinates behind them. Almost there, almost there. The usually short distance of a few dozen kilometers seemed as long as the Milky Way in the eyes of the two. Just as their feet finally touched the ground and they felt slightly at ease, they felt a chill at the back of their heads. Then a wave of heat came from between their eyebrows and slowly moved towards the tip of their noses. It was dripping. It was blood. Boom! The two corpses fell to the side. In the moment of their death, there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. Why had such a god of death appeared out of nowhere and killed without a word? And his method of killing was so terrifying. It was just one sword strike. After the two fell, Ning Qi and the shocked Luo Hongguo were revealed. As for the group of demons they had brought out, they had all been killed by Ning Qi in the blink of an eye. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the demon race on the mountain. When they saw the two corpses lying at the feet of Ning Qi and Luo Hongguo, they were their second cave master and third cave master. Their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. Little Hao Tian's cries seemed to grow louder. Ning Qi's ears twitched, and he walked towards the highest hall. Luo Hongguo followed closely behind. He was afraid that if he was left alone, he would be torn apart by the nearby demons who were eyeing him covetously. Countless demons' eyes followed Ning Qi's figure as he moved slowly, but no one dared to make a move. Before long, Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the hall. "Wait for me outside," Ning Qi said to Luo Hongguo. Ning Qi said lightly to Luo Hongguo. After that, he stepped into the hall before Luo Hongguo could react. "Wait for him here." Luo Hongguo was shocked and quickly looked around. He saw many demons with Xian immortal auras looking at him with cold, angry, and resentful eyes. "Are you kidding me? I'll be captured soon." Luo Hongguo cursed in his heart. He quickly chased after Ning Qi and entered the hall. In the dim hall, a fellow who looked like a scholar had his back to Ning Qi and Luo Hongguo. In front of him was a big pot, and a little girl was crying in the pot. She was crying very sadly. "There's another demon here. Was he cooking a living person to eat? Damn it!" Seeing this, Luo Hongguo's eyes flashed with anger. He looked at Ning Qi and made up his mind. Then he stepped forward and pointed at Zhu Gonglia's back, saying angrily, "Damn demon! How dare you cook people alive and eat them? Hurry up and come over here to die." Little Hao Yan's crying immediately stopped. His attention was attracted by Ning Qi and Luo Hongguo. However, Ning Qi had changed his appearance, so little Hao Yan did not recognize him. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that little Hao Qian seemed to be in a good state. Then his gaze shifted from the pot to Zhu Ganglai. Towering anger rose in his heart. This pig was planning to cook his daughter and eat her. He could not tolerate it at all. "I didn't expect you two ants to make it here. Are those four dead? How useless!" Zhu Gonglia's voice slowly sounded. He stood up and looked at Ning Qi and Luo Hongguo, his eyes finally landing on Ning Qi. "Don't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, this senior can stab you to death with a casual swing of his sword. Kneel down right now." Luo Hongguo said angrily. "Are you all right?" Ning Qi smiled at little Hao Yan. Little Hao Yan was slightly startled. Then he shook his head. Uncle, I'm fine. You guys should run first. This bad uncle is very strong, as long as you're fine. Ningqi nodded, then looked at Zhu Ganglai. Let her go. You're an ancient immortal at the third step. Even though your cultivation hasn't recovered, why would you attack a junior? Don't you have any shame? Did you hear that? Hurry up and let her go, you wait. An ancient immortal at the third step? Luo Hongua looked at Ningqi in shock. Suddenly he felt an icy chill shoot up to his head from the soles of his feet. His atoms apple-bobbed uncontrollably. Senior, what's his background? An ancient immortal at the third step. His cultivation hasn't recovered yet, but he's stronger than an immortal emperor. Luo Hongua's face was filled with endless regret. Why did he enter this hall? Can I go out now? What do you think? Zhu Ganglai looked at Luo Hongua with a faint smile. Luo Hongua felt all the strength in his body being sucked away. His legs went soft. Even if he was asked to leave now, he wouldn't be able to move. A Xian immortal, but you could kill those 4 guys. Not bad, and you know my background. You are also an ancient immortal. Zhu Ganglai smiled at Ningqi. Let her go, Ningqi said indifferently. Looks like you know her background. Such a great supplement can help me recover at least 50% of my cultivation. Do you think I let her go? But I'm curious. You clearly know my background. So why did you dare to come here to save her? What's your trump card? Zhu Ganglai said with a faint smile. But the next moment his smile froze. His gaze landed on a black stone in Ningqi's hand. This is the demon ancestor's heart? How did the demon ancestor's heart fall into your hands? Zhu Ganlia's voice became urgent, and his eyes showed a hint of greed. Ningqi took out the demon ancestor's heart from his spatial bag, casting aside all his worries. When he held it in his hand, the demon ancestor's heart showed faint traces of charcoal. Waves of black gas, like a spiderweb, spread towards Ningqi's arm. Back then, only half of Jian Shilai's arm had been invaded by the demon ancestor's heart. However, at this moment, these patterns had covered Ningqi's entire body in an instant. It was a daunting sight. So this is your trump card, but you can't withstand the power of the demon ancestor's heart. At most, you'll have the strength of an emperor for a short time, but you're still not my match. Give it to me, and I'll return the Jade Emperor's reincarnation to you. How about that? Zhu Ganglai squinted. Chapter 2964. It's so lively. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come here and roar. Zhu Ganlia's gaze landed on Jiang Haitao and the others. The 3 of them stiffened under his gaze. They were in disbelief. The guy that the big shot had been looking for was actually on the central planet, and so close to the imperial capital, and they had even bumped into him. Luo Hongua subconsciously shrunk his neck when he heard that. Senior, this might be a misunderstanding. Jiang Haitao forced a smile. Let's wait here. Zhu Ganglai said calmly. Wait. Jiang Haitao and the other 2 looked at each other and finally made a clear decision. They would listen to Zhu Ganglai and wait here. As for privately sending a message, they didn't dare to. They had seen Zhu Ganlia's methods and didn't have the confidence to play any tricks under his nose. If they waited, they would only pay with their lives. After making this decision, the 3 of them looked slightly at Luo Hongua and Ningqi. A trace of doubt arose in their hearts. Why were there 2 other low-grade cultivators here apart from the 3 of them? Just as this thought emerged in their minds, the 3 of them suddenly felt an inexplicable and terrifying aura from Ningqi. This is... Jiang Haitao's expression changed. Black smoke surged out of the demon ancestor's heart and instantly enveloped Ningqi. Everyone could only see a human-shaped black smoke. They couldn't see Ningqi's appearance clearly. He's possessed. Zhu Ganlia's relaxed expression gradually turned serious. Ningqi's aura kept increasing. Every time it swelled, Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The demons outside the hall seemed to feel this terrifying aura. They all flew into the air and looked in the direction of the hall in bewilderment, not daring to approach. This is the aura of a Tai. So this person is a Tai. No, immortal lord. His aura is still increasing. Who is he? Is he another ancient immortal? Ancient immortal infighting. At this rate, that big shot should be able to sense the changes here. We're saved. Ningqi's aura skyrocketed, causing Jiang Haitao and the other two to feel slightly happy. It would be best for them to make a bigger commotion. This way, they would be able to increase their chances of survival. You've turned into a demon and lost your mind. However, with your original cultivation base, you can only borrow the strength of a monarch at most. Zhu Gonglia's expression seemed to change. 1 second it was kind, the next second it was evil. In the end, the two merged together and became strangely twisted. His eyes had a hint of madness. He gently waved his hand, and a forbidden technique was cast out, covering the entire hall tightly. Sii. Not even the slightest bit of aura leaked out. Seeing this, Jiang Haitao and the other two's heart sank. After Zhu Ganglai finished setting up the restriction technique, he didn't attack Ningqi. He just stood there quietly and looked at Ningqi confidently. He wanted to see what level Ningqi could reach with the demon ancestor's heart. Back then, I didn't have the chance to fight with the demon ancestor. Now I can see how strong the demon ancestor's heart he left behind is. Zhu Ganglai said to himself, I'm afraid he's a madman. Jiang Haitao and the other two exchanged glances. During the previous battle on Kunlun planet, they had already noticed that something was wrong with Zhu Ganglai. Now that they saw his current state, they finally understood why Zhu Ganglai still chose to stay here even though he knew that a big shot from the divine Lua world was on the central planet. The black aura was surging. It was no longer possible to see a human figure. They could only see a ball of black aura surging in the hall. Luo Hongua had already retreated to a corner of the hall. He was filled with regret. If he was given another chance, he definitely wouldn't step into this hall. This is the aura of a monarch. In the immortal world, other than our Tiandao family, there are actually immortal emperors. Jiang Haitao and the other two saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't know about the demon ancestor's heart, nor did they know that the person in the black aura was Ningqi. They thought that it was an immortal emperor. He must be an ancient immortal, the three thought to themselves. Soon, Ningqi's aura rose to the great perfection immortal emperor level. Compared to Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao, he was countless times stronger. When Jian Shilai held the demon ancestor's heart, he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Yu. He couldn't compare to Ningqi's current state. This is your limit, right? Zhu Ganglai smiled slightly. Little Hao Qian looked at Ningqi in shock. Suddenly, a trace of hope rose in her heart. It seemed like this uncle also had a chance to save her from the abyss of suffering. Uncle, you can do it. Little Hao Qian waved her fist in a childish voice. That is, Jiang Haitao and the other two noticed that there was a pot on Zhu Gonglia's back. There was a little girl in the pot. When little Hao Qian's voice fell, the black aura on Ningqi's body suddenly surged into the sky. It easily broke through the restrictive spell that Zhu Ganglai had casually set up. Boom! The hall shattered. It turned into ruins. Jiang Haitao and the other two, as well as Luo Hongua, were sent flying by the sudden blast from Ningqi's body. The demons who were watching from afar felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. This is an ancient transformation. Another ancient transformation has appeared among the ancient immortals. Jiang Haitao cried out. The black waves of qi seemed to be connected to the heavens. And as soon as this phenomenon appeared, many existences turned their gazes in that direction, and looks of astonishment appeared on their faces. What aura is that? So powerful. It seems even more terrifying than the Langya Immortal Emperor's aura. Is that the Nether Ruin mountain range? The imperial capital. In the Langya Imperial Palace, the Langya Immortal Emperor, who should have been sitting in the main seat, was now standing respectfully at the side of the hall. A little girl, no taller than a meter, sat in the main seat. The elders of the 9 great clans of the heavenly law stood in 2 rows, as if they were courtiers meeting the emperor. Near the Langya Immortal Emperor, there were many other immortal emperors, including Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao. However, the 2 of them stood further back because their cultivation base was only at the early immortal emperor realm. The girl's face showed a hint of maturity, which did not match her age. She picked up a jade-like fruit, threw it into her mouth, and said indifferently, "Lord Celestial Tree ordered me to come here to help you capture, ancient immortals? But so many years have passed, and you can't even find a single trace. You can't even find a single clue. I think it's time for me to leave." "Senior, please wait." Jiang Tianche hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "In this heavenly law immortal bestowal battle, we are prepared to take out the spoils of war left behind by the group of dead ancient immortals as rewards. This should be able to attract some hidden ancient immortals." Before he could finish, a terrifying aura came from the distance. That aura wasn't weaker than any of the elders present. Chapter 2965. Is that an ancient era aura? Jiang Tianche and the others looked in the direction of the ruin Nether Mountain Range with a solemn look in their eyes. In the immortal world, apart from the group of elders, if there was an ancient era, it would be an ancient immortal. I didn't expect them to give themselves away. The corners of Jiang Tianche's mouth curled up slightly. With that lord around, even if King Qingguang and Zhu Ganglai joined forces, they would be instantly suppressed. The Langya Immortal Emperor, Jiang Yu, Jiang Hao, and the other immortal emperors of the Tiandao family were also shocked by the aura. They looked at Jiang Tianche and the others with solemn eyes, waiting for their next orders. "Let's go. We'll go over too." Jiang Tianche smiled faintly. In the depths of the Langya Imperial Palace, there was a karst cave. The outside of the karst cave was covered with golden, tadpole-like runes. At a glance, there were about 10,000 of them. The aura of each tadpole-like rune was much stronger than that of Jiang Tianche and the others. They were at least at the level of a third step Almighty. If a third step Almighty was here, he would definitely be shocked by these runes because these runes represented sealing techniques. Even one of them was difficult to deal with. These tens of thousands of runes were linked together, which was enough to prove that there was an extremely impressive existence suppressed in the karst cave. In the karst cave, an old man dressed in a Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged on a stone bench. When the aura from the ruin Nether Mountain Range appeared, the old man slightly opened his eyes and looked in that direction with a surprised expression. "Why is this fiend Qi so familiar? Demon ancestor? No, he's already dead. Is there a new fourth step Almighty in the Devil clan?" The old man in the Taoist robe pondered slightly, but his movements did not change. This was because there were countless iron chains piercing through his body and nailed to the walls around the karst cave. The length of these iron chains was just right. If he wanted to stand up or take 2 steps, it would not be long enough. At the same time, it would pull his flesh. The sky might change again. The old man in the Taoist robe sighed softly and closed his eyes again. In the ruin Nether Mountain Range, Jiang Haitao and the others stared dumbfoundedly at Ningqi's aura, which was constantly rising. In an extremely short period of time, they discovered that Ningqi's aura had already far surpassed Jiang Tianche and the others. It must be known that Jiang Tianche and the others were elders of the Tiandao clan, existences who had lived for countless years. He had personally experienced the greatest battle in the immortal world, the great war of immortals and demons. Moreover, they were all experts who had survived hundreds of battles in the war that resulted in countless casualties. Zhu Gonglia's expression became extremely grave. He didn't expect Ning Qi to be able to borrow so much power. Logically speaking, based on his judgment, Ning Qi could at most borrow the power of a peak immortal emperor. Any more, and his physical body would definitely collapse. Which ancient immortal is this person the reincarnation of, to have such a physical body? It can't be that Guan Yu. A hint of fear flashed through Zhu Gonglia's eyes when he thought of this. Ning Qi's aura gradually calmed down and stopped rising. The black gas outside his body instantly entered Ning Qi's 7 orifices and entered his body. But then, a row of black substances grew out of Ning Qi's spine. They were like barbs, and it was a chilling sight to behold. This person is a demon. Jiang Haitao and the others finally determined the source of Ning Qi's power. However, they didn't know that this power came from the demon ancestor's heart. They thought that Ning Qi himself was a demon who had infiltrated the immortal world. It seems like the elders were right to worry. The demon ancestor has appeared again. The ancient immortal clan will not be far away. Jiang Haitao's eyes revealed a hint of worry. If the great war of immortals and demons really broke out, even with his immortal lord strength, he might not be able to survive in such a war. It was very likely that he would die. This is your limit, right? Haha. Although you have reached the peak of the ancient transformation, you still haven't reached the 3rd step. As for me, although I only have half of my strength left, it is still easy to deal with a peak ancient transformation like you. You have done so much, but you are still no match for me. Zhu Ganglai looked at Ning Qi. He didn't care whether Ning Qi had his own consciousness or not. He still had a hint of mockery on his face. Whoosh! A figure tore through the air and appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Haitao and the others looked at the figure, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Greetings, Senior. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed. It came from the little girl. She didn't even look at Jiang Haitao and the others. Her eyes swept across Zhu Ganglai and Ning Qi. You were sent by Jiang Tianshu? Zhu Ganglai suddenly raised his head and looked at the little girl. Yes, you're not afraid of me? The little girl smiled. I was much stronger than you when I was at my peak. Why should I be afraid of you? Tell Jiang Tianshu that I plan to cooperate with him. Don't interfere in my battle with this person today. How about it? Zhu Ganglai said lightly. Oh, the little girl's eyes moved slightly. At that moment, Jiang Tiance and the others arrived one after another. They immediately looked at Zhu Ganglai and were slightly shocked. However, they immediately remembered that with the little girl around, they didn't have to be afraid of Zhu Gonglia's means. Then they started to size up Ning Qi, who they had never seen before. You're not even at the 3rd step, and your primordial spirit has been destroyed. You've only occupied this body with some thoughts. Do you think you're qualified to cooperate with Lord Tianshu? However, I don't intend to interfere in your battle today. You guys can fight each other. The little girl smiled. Zhu Ganglai seemed to only want the little girl not to interfere, so he wasn't angry. He suddenly moved and appeared in front of Ning Qi. His head suddenly turned into a huge pig's head and swallowed Ning Qi. As long as I devour him and the Jade Emperor's reincarnation, I can recover at least 70% of my cultivation level. Zhu Gonglia's idea was very simple. As long as he could recover 70% of his cultivation level, this 3rd step cultivator sent by Jiang Tianshu wouldn't be a match for him at all. He could continue to devour the other party and possibly recover to his peak. By then, as long as Jiang Tianshu didn't make a move, who in the celestial world could suppress him? He's going to be smothered. Luo Hong will watch the scene in front of him in a daze. Although Ning Qi's aura had soared to this level, it was still inferior to Zhu Gonglia's. Roar! Almost in an instant, Ning Qi's body suddenly changed into a giant ape, and his aura suddenly soared again. It was more than 100 times stronger than before. This is... The little girl's expression changed slightly. Jiang Tiance and the others were also shocked. Chapter 2966. Not good. A look of shock flashed through Zhu Gonglia's eyes. Before he could react, Ning Qi's mountain-like fist had already landed on his body. Boom! Zhu Ganglai was directly smashed into the ground, and at the same time, a mushroom cloud rose up. Impossible! How could he borrow the power of the third step? Who is this kid? Zhu Ganglai thought to himself in shock. But just as the thought rose in his mind, Ning Qi's second attack came, and another punch fell. Boom! This punch didn't land on Zhu Ganglai. Instead, it landed beside Zhu Ganglai. The ground there immediately caved in, and the recoil sent Zhu Ganglai flying. The huge hand immediately grabbed Zhu Ganglai, and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. When everyone heard this sound, they could imagine that Zhu Ganglia's bones had already been shattered into thousands of pieces. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhu Ganglia's mouth. In the next moment, he let out a ferocious roar and forcefully pushed Ning Qi's palm away. But no matter how much strength he exerted, Ning Qi's palm didn't budge at all. The giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into coldly stared at Zhu Ganglai with bloodshot eyes. Zhu Ganglai. When Zhu Ganglai met this pair of eyes, the crazed look on his face disappeared, replaced by a trace of fear. He had already discovered that he was no match for Ning Qi at the moment, let alone devouring him. In this way, he would not have the chance to obtain the demon ancestor's heart. Even if he did not die at Ning Qi's hands, he would be suppressed by the third step expert sent by Jiang Tianshu. The faces of Jiang Tianche and the others turned pale, including Zhang Haitao and the other immortal lords who had witnessed Zhu Gonglia's methods on Kunlun planet. At that time, Zhu Ganglai was extremely powerful. He fought against 4 ancient transformation cultivators by himself, but now he was being held in the hand of another existence like a child. This comparison was too strong. At the same time, they felt that they were invincible against third step cultivators. The gap between us and the third step is actually so great, Jiang Yuanshan mumbled to himself. Although Jiang Tianche did not speak after hearing this, his thoughts were the same as his. Ancient transformation was still ancient transformation. It was not the true third step, the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into spoke. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhu Ganglai and smashed him into the ground again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The earth began to tremble, and the terrifying undulations caused the mountain range in front of them to be unable to withstand it. Every corner of the mountain began to collapse. Ning Haotian's restrictive technique had been destroyed by Ning Qi's attack at some point. She cleverly picked up the walk and fled into the distance. Everyone was attracted by Ning Qi and Zhu Ganglai, so no one noticed Ning Haotian's actions. After fleeing for a few hundred kilometers, Ning Haotian hid in a secluded corner and observed the battle in the distance worriedly. Although she was young, she could tell that Ning Qi's current state was very strange, as if he had lost his mind. It was very likely that the other party was trying to save her. He must have been sent by my father to save me. Unfortunately, Uncle Ning, he was killed by that bad guy. I hope this uncle can avenge him. Haotian clenched her fists tightly. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions, coupled with the terrifying aura from before, attracted more and more mortals to the Nether Ruins mountain range. There was no lack of disciples of the various heavenly Dao families, as well as people from the various top factions in the imperial capital. In less than half a day, the Nether Ruins mountain range was filled with millions of immortals. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in bewilderment. They didn't know who was hitting, and they didn't know who was being hit, but they could tell from the aftermath that this battle was very high-end. At least, it wasn't something they could get involved in. There's something wrong with this person's state. He seems to have relied on external force to forcibly enter this realm. The suspicion in the girl's eyes grew stronger. Finally, she noticed that Ning Qi had a hand that was tightly clenched. After thinking for a moment, the girl's expression changed. Could his power have come from that black stone in his hand? What exactly is that? How could it allow someone's power to instantly break through to the third step? Suddenly, a tribulation cloud condensed in the sky. Then, a bolt of tribulation lightning landed on Ning Chi's body, causing his monkey fur to turn black from the explosion. Roar! Ning Chi roared into the sky, looking at the sky with blood-red eyes. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning fell. This aura, is it a Tai immortal tribulation? This person's cultivation level is so strong that he has long surpassed the Tai realm. How could a Tai immortal tribulation fall? The crowd was getting more and more confused. Only the girl and Luo Hongwa vaguely guessed something. The latter knew that Ning Chi's cultivation level was only at the perfected Xian immortal realm, while the former concluded that Ning Chi was not a third-step cultivator, but had borrowed some kind of external force. Boom! Another bolt of Tai immortal tribulation fell. This time Ning Chi, who had transformed into a giant ape, ignored it. The Tai immortal tribulation was like an itch to him. While enduring the Tai immortal tribulation, he grabbed Zhu Ganglai and bombarded him crazily. Zhu Ganglai was indeed a peak third-step cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was less than 10%, he could still withstand Ning Chi's fierce attacks. Not only did he not faint, but he also kept trying to escape. It was Ning Chi's demonic palm. In a short period of time, 99 bolts of Tai immortal tribulation fell from the sky, but they did not cause any harm to Ning Chi. The tribulation cloud gradually dispersed, and the sky became clear again. Including the first bolt, Ning Chi had endured 100 bolts of Tai immortal tribulation. In the distance, when Ying Jinchuan and Venerable Jiao saw Zhu Ganglai, their expressions changed. Then Venerable Jiao's gaze fell on the giant ape that Ning Chi had transformed into. That is, he was extremely shocked. He had seen Ning Chi's giant ape form before. That is, Master. Venerable Jiao was inexplicably shocked. How could Ning Chi's battle power be so terrifying? Back on Kunlun Star, he had seen Zhu Gonglia's techniques. Even the elders of the Tiandao family were no match for him. Hey, young lady, you're here too? What a coincidence! Another ferry boat flew over. Xing Yulei waved at Venerable Jiao excitedly. Shut up! Xing Yue glanced at him coldly. Then, she looked at the battle in the distance with a grave expression. Lord Tianshu asked me to capture him alive. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid I'll be killed. Let's fight and see what that stone is. Chapter 2967. After escaping from Ning Chi's clutches, Zhu Ganglai lay on the ground for 3 breaths before regaining his senses. He reacted quickly and dashed toward where Ning Haotian had been. Where is he? Seeing that the ruins were empty, Zhu Ganglai's expression changed drastically. He had spent countless heavenly treasures to concoct a human core. But now that human core was gone, wouldn't he have suffered a great loss this time? However, in less than half a breath of time, he used his divine sense to find Ning Haotian. Just as his lips curled up, he saw a few more beams of light fall from the sky, brushing past Zhu Gonglia's body and stabbing into the ground like a cage. Seeing that the battle had been resolved just like that, the surrounding immortals stared at the little girl, dumbfounded. Where did this senior come from? The person standing beside her seems to be an elder of the Tiandao family. Look behind. Isn't that the Langya immortal emperor? The immortals were shocked. The gazes of millions of immortals fell on the little girl, Jiang Tianche, the Langya immortal emperor, and the others. What kind of existence is that? Venerable Jiao's eyes flashed with fear. Even Zhu Ganglai and Ning Chi had been suppressed on the spot. Wasn't that too terrifying? Big sister, could that person be a big shot from the Tiandao family? Xing Yulei's frivolous smile disappeared as he asked in shock. Shut up! Xing Yue shouted coldly. What kind of technique did he have? Even if they spoke quietly, the other party would hear them. In order to prevent Xing Yulei from saying anything disrespectful, Xing Yue's voice was very strict. Thank you, Senior, for suppressing the demon and the ancient immortal. You saved the celestial world from a catastrophe. Jiang Tianche suddenly cupped his hands and bowed to the little girl. The other elders and emperors of the Tiandao family also cupped their hands. However, the little girl's expression was somewhat grave. Roar! Ning Qi, who had transformed into a giant ape, roared angrily. His body kept growing bigger and bigger, and his body pressed against the surrounding light pillars, causing them to distort. Then, in front of countless people, Ning Qi's body broke the surrounding light pillars and broke free. He leaped up and punched the little girl. Good timing. The little girl's expression didn't change. Instead of retreating, she advanced directly towards Ning Qi, a petite figure. It was a colossus that was as sturdy as a mountain. Their fists collided in the air under the watchful eyes of countless people. Boom! Time seemed to have stopped in an instant, but in the next moment, terrifying shockwaves rippled out from their fists in all directions. This wasn't immortal qi, nor was it demonic qi, nor was it the power of the great Tao. Instead, it was a power no one had ever seen before. The surrounding immortals were like mortals who'd fallen into a stormy sea. He couldn't help but be thrown off his feet. Ah! Miserable howls rang out one after another. Some of the immortals below the grand heavenly immortal realm were instantly incinerated into ashes by the shockwave. They were too close. This is too terrifying. Just the shockwaves from the collision of their fists can instantly kill a golden immortal? Xing Yulei had a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, the defense of their immortal boat was strong enough, so he was safe and sound. However, there were now many cracks on the deck of the immortal boat. With Ning Qi and the little girl as the center, the surrounding area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly cleared. Apart from Zhu Ganglai, who was suppressed where he was and bore the brunt of the shockwave from Ning Qi and the little girl's attack at close range, the other immortals had already fled far away. They hid in the distance and watched in horror. So powerful! Third step! Langya Immortal Emperor's eyes were faintly burning. However, when he subconsciously glanced at Jiang Tianche and the others, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. This group of old fellows had been staying in the ancient transformation realm for so many years. He still had a long way to go before he could break through to the third step. Martial Ant, why do I feel that this monkey demon's aura is somewhat familiar? The monkey scratched his ears and cheeks. At the same time, he felt somewhat uncomfortable because he realized that in this battle, whether it was Zhu Ganglai, Ning Qi, or even the little girl, he couldn't deal with any of them. Even Jiang Tianche and the others, Jiang Yu, Jiang Hao, and the other immortal emperors, had auras that were much stronger than his. This made Monkey feel as if he had suddenly suffered a blow. Ying Jinxuan didn't reply. Her cultivation level was too low. Even though she was more senior than the monkey, how could she understand something that even the monkey didn't? However, she faintly felt that this giant ape in front of her was a little familiar. Big Brother should be nearby, right? This battle might have something to do with him. I wonder where little Hao Tian is. Ying Jinxuan looked around with a solemn expression. Other than that, many disciples of the aristocratic clans, the sex elites, and the 9 super clans immortal lords who had arrived later were all shocked and envious of the battle before them. Everyone hoped to become such a peerless expert. With such strength, they would be able to roam the entire immortal world proudly. Where did that stone in your hand come from? It gave you the strength of an early-stage Tao querying cultivator. You must have a grudge against this pig demon, right? However, this pig demon has an extraordinary background. Someone asked me to protect his life. How about this? Give me that stone, and I will let you leave safely today. The little girl looked at Ning Qi and said, Stone! Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao had originally thought that this battle had nothing to do with them. However, When they heard the little girl's words, their expressions changed. They looked towards Ning Qi's tightly clenched hand. They felt a familiar aura. That was the demon ancestor's heart. That kid is Ning Beixian. The two of them were shocked. Ning Qi's arms hung limply by his thighs as he stood in the air. His blood-red eyes stared at the little girl. Other than killing intent and endless battle intent, there wasn't even a trace of intelligence in his eyes. After hearing the little girl's words, he didn't have any other reaction. Instead, he roared again and charged towards the little girl. Go! The little girl frowned slightly. Her cultivation level was higher than Ning Qi's current state. However, this wasn't Shenlua world after all. If she was injured here, it would be a huge loss if those hidden ancient immortals took advantage of her. Therefore, she didn't want to fight with Ning Qi. A pity that you are so stubborn. The little girl's lips curled up coldly. Then die! Boom! A deafening sound. The little girl was still standing in the air. However, the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the light pillar cage around Zhu Ganglai. After landing, he even rolled for a few hundred feet before the force of the little girl's punch dissipated. Chapter 2968. Jiangyu. If this guy is Ning Beixian, then the demon ancestor's heart will have nothing to do with us. Such a great opportunity will be wasted just like that. Humph. Jiang Hao looked at Jiangyu and transmitted his voice. Are you blaming me? Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Hao and then ignored him. He looked at Ning Qi with a pale expression. Suddenly, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Jian Shilai was willing to become a demon for the demon ancestor's heart in exchange for temporary Emperor realm strength. He and Jiang Hao worked together, but still failed to suppress Jian Shilai. This time, if this giant ape was really Ning Qi, then it would be too terrifying. He actually borrowed a technique from the demon ancestor's heart that was equivalent to a third-step powerhouse. If he had planned to die with me when I was chasing him, I'm afraid his corpse would have been cold by now. A third-step almighty was not someone he could contend with at his current cultivation level. One finger was enough to turn him into ashes. Fortunately, even if I can't get the demon ancestor's heart this time, I've gotten rid of the hatred in my heart. Jiang Yu comforted himself in his heart. Ning Qi had used the immortal extermination about to make him impotent until now. Jiang Yu would never forget this hatred. Coupled with the demon ancestor's heart that was a time bomb that could explode at any time, today's ending might be great, but it would be a pity for his previous efforts. The battle continued. After Ning Qi was knocked down by the girl, he did not retreat. He still pounced forward crazily and fought with the girl. Zhu Ganglai looked at this calmly and suddenly smiled. Fight, fight. It's best if you die with me. That way, I can swallow both of you alive. If someone knew what he was thinking right now, they would definitely think that Zhu Ganglai was seriously crazy. Even if Ning Qi and the little girl were both injured, it wouldn't be easy for him to benefit from it. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think of a way to escape from this situation. However, Zhu Ganglai did not want to resist and instead wanted to stay and see how the battle would end. Ning Qi was sent flying again. However, after exchanging hundreds of blows, the little girl was no longer as calm as she was at the beginning. She was somewhat surprised to find that Ning Qi's vitality was extraordinary. There were a few times when she thought that Ning Qi would definitely die, but Ning Qi patted his butt and rushed forward again. It was as if there was an endless and inexhaustible power that was continuously replenishing Ning Qi's body. Every single attack that could easily kill an ancient transformation realm cultivator landed on Ning Qi's body. Apart from adding a small wound to Ning Qi's body, it didn't pose much of a hindrance to him. Gradually, the girl lost her patience. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she spat out two words. Words. Slash. In the void, a saber shadow that was hundreds of feet long condensed. As soon as this saber shadow appeared, Everyone present felt a destructive aura coming from it. Even ancient transformation realm existences, like Zhang Tianche, found it hard to breathe. This move, Zhu Gonglia's expression changed slightly. If this saber shadow were to land on his body, he would definitely die. Suppress. The girl gently pointed at Ning Qi, and the shadow of the knife suddenly fell from the sky. In its orbit, the void, which was enhanced by the law of heaven, was instantly cut into pieces, turning into a black ravine. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there were flashes of lightning. The sky has changed. Jiang Tianche raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression became more and more solemn, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. The power of a third step cultivator was really too strong. If he were in the ghost realm, he could also cut through the void because the heavens' Tao formations there weren't dense and powerful. But in the immortal world, even ancient transformation realm patriarch couldn't do this. From this, it could be seen how powerful this move of the girl's would be. In his opinion, this saber would definitely be able to cut this demonized ape in half. Roar! Ning Qi let out a furious roar and raised his hands. Suddenly, a black gas swept out from his body and covered his arms. Boom! The saber shadow landed directly on Ning Qi's arms. Jiang Tianche and the others had thought that this move would definitely split Ning Qi into two. However, the saber shadow that the little girl had unleashed was firmly blocked by Ning Qi's arms. However, the power contained in the saber shadow was too strong. Ning Qi's enormous body was almost completely destroyed. Ning Qi's huge body was almost completely sunk into the ground, and only the area above his chest was still on the ground. The girl's expression changed slightly. It seemed like she didn't expect Ning Qi to be able to hold on and not be killed by her. "You're still going to die." The girl looked at Ning Qi coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. The saber shadow suddenly descended and instantly cut through the black gas on Ning Qi's arms, cutting into Ning Qi's flesh. Ning Qi kept roaring, but he couldn't stop the saber shadow from cutting down bit by bit. He's going to die. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth curled up slightly. In the distance, Ning Haotian's eyes were filled with deep worry. She couldn't bear to see this happen. In her opinion, this monkey uncle had only ended up like this because he wanted to save her, as expected of a big shot from that side. Although the immortals of the heavenly Dao clan knew that the girl was very strong, and even the various elders were respectful to her, it was only today that they truly witnessed her strength. In their opinion, this ape was extremely powerful to be able to hang in existence like Zhu Ganglai up and beat him up. However, he had been at a disadvantage against the girl, and now he was about to be killed. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly came from Ning Qi's arms. It's to the bone. Once his arms are cut off, he won't be able to resist anymore. Everyone's eyes moved slightly. Many immortals looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes, but there was also a hint of pity in their eyes. It was unknown how much talent and existence like this needed, how much time and how much luck to cultivate. If he died, then ashes to ashes, dust to dust, he would have nothing. Everything he had worked hard for would be for naught. Clang! The sound of metal clashing became louder and louder. Everyone could imagine the scene of the saber shadow rubbing against Ning Qi's bones. The blood color in Ning Qi's eyes suddenly dissipated, and he regained a rare trace of clarity. He instantly recalled everything that had happened since he became a demon. Fortunately, Haotian escaped. Ning Qi glanced at the place where Ning Haotian was hiding and felt a little puzzled by his current situation. At the moment, the mighty power in his body didn't belong to him. Although it had raised his cultivation level to a level that even he couldn't believe, he was now facing the third step almighty from the Shenluo realm. The third step almighty that came from the Shenluo realm was the real third step, and he was just a fake. Just as Ning Qi felt that he couldn't hold on any longer and that his arms were about to be cut off, two figures, one black and one white, appeared beside him out of thin air. They raised their hands gently and raised the saber shadow.